There's also a large delegation of international media present in the country.
Yes, yes, indeed. Especially those that have accompanied their leaders and their heads of state. However, I think it's worth noting that only the NBC will be allowed to carry the signal. So all other stations, television stations, etc., if they want the proceedings, they will have to get it through the NBC.
And the NBC will make it available, provided that all copyrights remain intact and are adhered to.
Yes, yes, indeed. In fact, the NBC is to be commended because they have put a massive. This is the former First Lady, Monica Kengos. As I was saying, the NBC is really to be commended because they've pulled off an incredible operation, which has gone very smoothly so far, and honestly on a par with international standards, on a par with the best of them out there.
I have to concur with you.
Yes.
The founding president, next to what we see on screen, the First Lady, Madam Siski Mbumba.
Founding father. The civilian pallbearers will now take their place. One of them is Venani, McHenry Venani, who is the leader of the official opposition. And he considered President GEINGOB as his older brother. And of course, Alpheus Naruseb, and the son of Dr. GEINGOB, Mangaliso.
The Vice President.
Yes, and the Vice President.
Yeah.
Yes,
The Vice
John
Prime
Botora.
Minister. Yeah, John Botora.
Yes, as well as Alpheus Naruseb.
And retired politician Ben Amatila is also, of course, one of the pallbearers.
Yes. Who was also, Ben Amadilla was also part of the Constituent Assembly together with Dr. GEINGOB. And this is the president of Ethiopia, just arriving on your screens now.
You may please take your seats. I would like to acknowledge the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. You are welcome, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Chief Mourner, and Madam Seski Mbumba, the First Lady. Madam Monica Geinkos, the widow of our late President, the children, and the entire bereaved family. Your Excellency, Dr. Sem Nujoma, founding President and father of the Namibian nation, and the former First Lady, Kukukovambo Nujoma. Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, second President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Pohamba. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, and Lieutenant Retired General Ndaitwa. Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, and Madam Muha. Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and Judge Shivute. Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, and Madam Mutorwa. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the Official Opposition, and Madam Venani, veterans of the National Liberation Struggle, Honorable Laura McLeod Kashirwa, Governor of the Commerce Region, and all other governors present here, Your Worship Queen Kamati, Mayor of the City of Windhoek, and all other mayors present here, Chief Emmanuel Gaseb, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, and other traditional leaders present, distinguished service chiefs, Bishop Emeritus Dr. Zephania Kameta, retired Reverend Bishop, and other members of the clergy, fellow Namibians, I extend greetings to you all. May I, before I proceed with the statement, recognize the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You are welcome, Your Excellency. I understand Her Excellency, the President of Ethiopia, also arrived, and we warmly welcome her. Welcome, Your Excellency. On the 4th of February 2024, Namibia woke up to the very sad news of the passing on of our President, His Excellency Dr. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB. Since then, the Namibian nation has been grappling with the tremendous pain and sorrow that followed the sudden departure of our President. The shock of Dr. GEINGOB's sudden passing reverberated across the world, generating an outpouring of messages of sympathy and expressions of acknowledgement of the outstanding performance of the work of Dr. GEINGOB in the various capacities that he has served, not only here at home, but regionally, continentally, and also globally. Today, as we move closer to taking our departed President to his final resting place, we are comforted by the large outturn of mourners from across our country and the globe who have joined us to memorialize him one last time before we escort him to his final resting place tomorrow. I would like to recognize and appreciate the presence of heads of state and government, leaders of international organizations, and individuals from outside Namibia who are here today, as well as the messages of condolences and other support provided to us during this difficult period of mourning our departed president. Your support has been a source of strength to us. The late Dr. Hage Geingob's leadership was shaped by and during the struggle for our nation's independence, which he joined at a youthful age, and to which he dedicated his full youth. The leadership of SWAPO as a national liberation movement spotted the exceptional leadership qualities and his passion for serving his people, and so they mentored him, entrusting him with different important responsibilities, all of which he discharged with diligence and commitment. His tasks ranged from representing SWAPO of Namibia at the United Nations to mobilize international support for our struggle for national independence, heading the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia, where Namibian future leaders and administrators were being molded in preparations for self-governance after independence, leading the first SWAPO delegation from exile to come to Namibia to participate in the UN-supervised elections that led to our independence, being the director of elections for SWAPO, chairing the Constituent Assembly that authored our Constitution, and being the founding Prime Minister, and then our third President, a task which he performed until the 4th of February 2024, when death robbed him from us. Dr. Geingob built on the foundation set by the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, who is with us here, and the second president, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, also with us here, who are his mentors and predecessors, both at the party and at the government. It is appropriate at this time, therefore, to applaud their excellencies Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, the second president, who mentored the late Dr. Hage Geingob into these roles and entrusted him with responsibilities that developed his talents, enabling him to become the effective, passionate leader that he was. Although we are deeply saddened by the passing of Dr. Geingob, we are comforted by the knowledge that his legacy will continue and will be a source of inspiration for us to continue to strive towards this destination of a prosperous and inclusive Namibia that respects the rule of law, democracy, and peaceful coexistence with other nations around the world, values that he cherished. The words of Bill Gates that, and I quote, "As we look ahead into the next century, leaders will be those who empower others," close quote, best describe Dr. Hage Geingob's belief in talent utilization and his strong pursuit for strong systems, processes, and institutions as pillars of a strong Namibian house. Your Excellencies, fellow Namibians, today, as we bid farewell to Dr. Hage Geingob, it is befitting that we appreciate the family of Dr. Geingob, the widow, the children, and the entire extended family for surrendering him to the service of the people of Namibia and taking a back seat, and for supporting him in all his public duties. And we extend to them heartfelt sympathies and condolences once more. My name is Sarah Kugongerwa Amadira, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, and shall serve as Director of Ceremonies, assisted by Honorable Franz Kapofi, the Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbuba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Chief Mourner and Madam Bumba, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Your Excellencies the founding president and the second president, Madam Monica Geinkos, the widow of our departed president, the children and the family. Since the news of the passing on of our beloved president, Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, as a nation, we have received several visits and messages to console the family and the nation. At this juncture, allow me to acknowledge with appreciation the following dignitaries who have joined us in celebrating the life of our departed president and to memorialize him. They are as follows. They come from the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, the People's Republic of China, the Republic of the Congo, Côte d'Ivoire, the Republic of Cuba, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, the Republic of Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini, France, the State of Kuwait, the Republic of Madagascar, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Portugal, Qatar, the Republic of Rwanda, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, the Republic of Senegal, the Republic of Serbia, the Kingdom of Spain, the Republic of Uganda, the United Kingdom, United States of America, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and countries that are represented at ambassadorial levels, as well as international organizations include the Commonwealth of Australia, the Federal State of Austria, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the Kingdom of Belgium, the Federative Republic of Brazil, Canada, the Republic of Ireland, the Republic of Korea, the Republic of Liberia, Republic of Mauritius, the Kingdom of Morocco, the Kingdom of Norway, the Palestine State, the Republic of Seychelles, the Republic of Singapore, the Kingdom of Sweden, the Kingdom of Thailand, the Republic of Turkey, the Ukraine, the United Arab Emirates. The heads of the international and regional organizations include the head of the African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the UN, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, the head of the Commonwealth, and other international and regional organizations, which include the African Peer Review Mechanism, the International Organization for Migration, SADC Elimination Aid, SADC Parliamentary Forum, SADC Mission in Mozambique, and United Nations World Tourism Organization. We appreciate very much your presence to condole with us and to celebrate the life of our departed president. And we appreciate all your support. Having said that, I will now return to the program and would start with the Yes, thank you. I am reminded that I excluded on the list, it is omitted, the Federal Republic of Germany, the Republic of Angola, our neighbor, and also DRC. The president arrived just now. I recognized him when he arrived. Welcome once again, Your Excellencies. Now I would like to go to the next item, which is the devotion by Bishop Emeritus Dr. Zephaniah Kameta, Evangelical Lutheran Church in the Republic of Namibia. Dr. Kameta.
Grace unto you, sisters and brothers, and consolation inside and outside. And that means the wiping of the tears from the heart and the wiping of the tears from the eyes. And peace from the one who was, who is now here, and who is to come. Amen. Dear sisters and brothers, the widow, the children, the bereaved family, the crying Namibia, and the whole world, I want to read for you the second letter of St. Paul to his son in faith, Timothy, chapter 4, only 3 verses, 6 and 7. And it reads as follows. For I am already being poured out like a drink offering, and the time for my departure is very near. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race, and I have kept the faith. And now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day. And not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing. Let us pray. We need you, Lord, in this hour. And not only in this hour, but always. Touch us with your blessing hands and lift us all up and give us peace. Amen. These were the last words of St. Paul as he said before his departure. And this departure was not a quiet departure. He was executed by the Roman Empire. And he's saying, what I'm saying now, and especially that for me is waiting the crown of justiceness. It's not only for me, but it is for all those who believed in our Lord Jesus Christ through the message of the gospel. And this is the reason, dear sisters and brothers gathered here, why I am using with great respect these words of the apostle with regard the son of the soil who is laying here. He fought the good fight of faith for the liberation of Namibia, for justice in Namibia. And for unity in Namibia. And not only for Namibia, as we are seeing this afternoon, but for liberation, justice, peace, unity for the whole world. And this he did, not just like that, but he fought this good fight against slavery, which was rampant in this country, against oppression, against division. And the next word I'm going to mention is very much surprising that we are hearing it again in 2024. He fought against apartheid, and tribalism, and violence. And the three are still present in this country. This is a beautiful country, and we have got hope derived from the son of the soil. We are walking around with our heads up on what he was preparing, our late president. But he made sure that the past is not carried into the present and the future, especially oppression, division, apartheid, and tribalism, and violence. In the words of the apostle, the son of the soil, HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB, finished the race. Not on a smooth, athletic track, as it is here on Independence Avenue, but he finished the race on thorns. The road was full of thorns. Through fire. And he was running for the cause of justice, liberation, and peace among hyenas, tigers, lions, and snakes. And he didn't quit. He never quit. He didn't waver. But he kept the faith in his Lord Jesus Christ. He was a committed church member. But in that, he embraced all people, all the faith. And he kept the vision for a Namibia or a Namibian house, in which no one will feel or experience being left out. Yes, indeed, where recognizing our differences. We have differences. We speak different languages. We look different from each other. And we belong to different political parties and church denominations. But this should be seen as a garden of flowers. And if the flowers are only red in the garden, it won't look so beautiful. But red, yellow, white, whatever you have, that's how we should see Namibia. And not only Namibia, again, but the whole world. And live in unity and peace. Why? For development and prosperity. Our president's vision for unity, justice, and peace was not only for Namibia, but for the whole world. And especially these days and this time, where leaders in this world are still talking of the East and the West and the North and the South, instead of talking of one family, of the one house called planet Earth. It's shocking that people will go and throw a bomb in another country. But if you do that, will there be peace in your own country? Dear sisters and brothers, we are now left behind with a memory. That's all. We are not left behind with the wealth of this world, but we are left with a beautiful memory, which is more valuable than the wealth of this world. And this memory, sisters and brothers, is a memory of what he was always saying. One Namibian house. Pulling together in the same direction, not in different directions. And no one should feel left out. This memory must not just be a memory and the reason for unending useless speeches, but it should be a memory, sisters and brothers, your excellencies, which must be put in action, in concrete deeds. Here in Namibia, but all over the whole world. May the soul of Dr. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB rest in eternal peace. And his inspiring memory console all of us, but especially our mother, Monica Kainkos, the children, the whole family, and the whole world. And now, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship and unity of the Holy Spirit be with us all. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Bishop Kameta. Now I would like to invite Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, to present the eulogy of the late President HAGE GEINGOB. Professor.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Dr. Nagolo Mbumba, Madam Mbumba, our beloved Madam Monica Kainkos, children, and the Berry family. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and government, distinguished dignitaries, distinguished leaders in your various capacities, fellow mourners, brothers and sisters. My duty this afternoon is to share with you the life, one of us, highly respected son of this country, and his work and his commitment to our common humanity. Following the 6th national democratic elections held in 2014, His Excellency Dr. HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB was sworn in office on the 21st of March 2015 as the 3rd President of our Republic. In 2019, during the 7th National Assembly and presidential elections, President HAGE GEINGOB was re-elected to the 2nd term of office. Dr. GEINGOB was also the 3rd President of the ruling SWAPO Party of Namibia, following his elections at the 6th SWAPO Party Ordinary Congress in November 2017. At the 7th Ordinary Congress of the SWAPO Party in 2022, President GEINGOB was re-elected by acclamation as a president of the SWAPO Party. As President of the Republic of Namibia from 2015 to 2024, Dr. GEINGOB led Namibia during a difficult period in our history, providing steady leadership throughout an economic downturn occasioned by global commodity crisis of 2014. Severe droughts between 2014 to 2019, recorded to have been the worst in the history of our country. That, of course, included COVID-19 pandemic, which affected many sectors of the economy from 2020 to 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB was born on the 3rd of August, 1941. I begin to wonder how I can even confuse the date, the year of when I was born. In the district of Grootfontein, in the Shovanjupa region. Godfrey GEINGOB began his schooling in Otavi in the year 1948. In 1958, he attended Agustinium Government College, where the first seeds of political consciousness were planted. As a student at Agustinium College, HAGE actively engaged in student activism. This led to his involvement in the strike against unfair treatment of students, the students of that time. That included many people of my generation as we gathered at that particular educational institution. In 1961, he completed his teacher's training, after which he started teaching in Sumep. It was in Sumep where he started partaking in SWAPO activities and officially joined SWAPO Party in 1962. On the 3rd of April 1962, Dr. GEINGOB left Namibia, then Southwest Africa, into exile, transiting through Botswana, joining other freedom fighters, particularly at that time from South Africa, from Mozambique, from Angola, and of course from Namibia here, to pursue the struggle for liberation. Dr. GEINGOB left Botswana for Leopoldville, now known as Kinshasa, in the DRC, the Congo, and was eventually offered a scholarship to go to the United States of America, where he enrolled at Temple University in Philadelphia. While in the United States, Dr. GEINGOB was appointed as SWAPO representative to the Americas, and of course serving as a chief representative to the United Nations, combining his duties as a freedom fighter and a petitioner at the United Nations. Dr. GEINGOB obtained a BA in political science from Fordham University in New York in 1970, and later read for a master's degree in international relations at the New School for Social Research in 1974. In 1997, the University of Namibia had the honor to award him an honorary doctorate of laws. Eventually he obtained a doctor of philosophy from Leeds University in the United Kingdom in 2004, with his thesis titled "The State Formation in Namibia, Promoting Democracy and Good Governance." In 2015, Dr. GEINGOB received from his alma mater, Fordham University, an honorary degree in doctorate in humane letters, a recipient of many international awards in recognition of his exceptional leadership in different areas of human endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. GEINGOB is also a recipient of the Order of Joseph Marti Award for his exceptional leadership from the government of the Republic of Cuba. Following the termination of the South African mandate over Namibia in 1966, the United Nations assumed direct responsibility and subsequently established a nationhood program for Namibia that included the setting up of the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia. Dr. GEINGOB was assigned by SWAPO to be a member of the United Nations team as a political affairs officer. Dr. GEINGOB was appointed a director of that institution in Lusaka from 1975, and he served until 1989, an institution that he established and whose core mandate was sectoral policy research and to train cadres for the future civil service of an independent Namibia. In 1989, he was chosen by the leadership of SWAPO to lead a cohort of senior SWAPO leaders and Namibians then living in exile to return to Namibia under the United Nations Security Council Resolution 435, a resolution that paved the way for free and fair elections that was conducted by the United Nations and supervised by our dear Marti Atisari. Following the successful United Nations supervised election in 1989, where he held the position of a director of elections of SWAPO. Dr. GEINGOB was elected chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, the body that was responsible for drafting the constitution for independent Namibia. At the independence on the 21st of March 1990, Dr. GEINGOB was appointed as our first Prime Minister, where he dismantled the apartheid administrative system in favor of inclusive public service geared towards serving the interests of all Namibians, regardless of color or place of origin, but for the sake of molding a united country. Dr. GEINGOB served for 12 years in the position of Prime Minister, before taking a brief break from the political scene. In 2005, Dr. GEINGOB returned to active politics and served as a chief whip of the SWAPO party in the National Assembly, and was a chairperson of the Parliamentary Study Committee of Economics and Public Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, following his election in 2007 as a vice president of SWAPO, Dr. GEINGOB was appointed in 2008 as a Minister of Trade and Industry. As a minister, Dr. GEINGOB spearheaded the assistance of small and medium enterprises through the Equipment Aid Scheme, the industrial policy, and the creation of SME Bank. Dr. GEINGOB was elected as a vice president of SWAPO Party during November 2007 at the SWAPO Party Congress. In 2012, Dr. GEINGOB was re-elected as a vice president of SWAPO Party, following which he was reappointed as a prime minister in 2012 until his election as a president of Namibia in November 2014. Dr. GEINGOB was, along with his colleagues, was a major player in various regional, continental, and international forums. His presence and contribution was highly appreciated and left indelible mark in international affairs. On the regional stage, Dr. GEINGOB served as the chairperson of the SADC organ of politics, defense, and security cooperation. He was also actively involved in the work of the African Union, contributing to ensuring peace and stability across the African continent. On the stage of the United Nations, President GEINGOB shared a deep understanding for its work in development, peace, and security. He was a passionate member of the African Union Committee as one of the 10 heads of state calling for reforms of the United Nations Security Council. As a president of Namibia, he played a crucial role in our engagement with the Commonwealth of Nations. A fervent defender of unity of the Namibian people. His themes are: inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict. One Namibia, one nation, and that no one should feel left out in the Namibian house. A prominent of the partnership in government and enhance transparency and accountability in the public service. President GEINGOB led the creation of the Anti-Corruption Commission as a prime minister in the 1990s. Very active throughout his career as a senior person within our government, spared no effort in speaking out in favor of a free press and advocating the ability that we should be open to each other. And in politics, there is always a give and take. Concerned with the acceleration of development and prosperity for the Namibian people, President GEINGOB initiated the Harambee Prosperity Plan 1 and 2, where the stated objective of strengthening effective governance, architecture, the social progression of vulnerable and economic infrastructure advancement for Namibia, as well as enhancement of Namibia's standing in the international arena. Dr. GEINGOB championed the creation of Namibia's Sovereign Wealth Fund to ensure sustainable development for generations to come. All that having in mind a peaceful Namibia, a developed Namibia, taking into account what we inherited at the time of independence. A divided country, divided on ethnic lines, but wanting to heal the wounds and make sure that we proceed as a united country. His Excellency, Dr. Hagen Godfrey GEINGOB, is survived by his dear wife, Monica GEINGOB, 8 children and 3 grandchildren, 2 siblings, and many nieces and nephews. Go well, my friend, the son of Namibia. We will forever miss you and will always remember you. Rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the presentation of the eulogy and the parliamentary choir for that song. Now we proceed to the next item, which is the performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band. Thank you very much, Namibian Defence Force Military Band. And now we move to tributes. And I would like to invite Mrs. Ndita Nipondoka Robiati to deliver a statement on behalf of the children and the grandchildren. Ms. Robiati.
Honorable Right Prime Minister Sarah Kuongela Madira, thank you so much for this opportunity. Directors of proceedings, may I kindly request that the children join me on the podium as I read this tribute on their behalf. So if Mangaliso, Nangula, Oshoveli, Dangos, Hage Jr., Helmut, Nino, Kayla, Naomi, and Jackson. Baby Lucas won't be able to join us. We won't fit. Yeah, we won't fit. Our beloved Monica Gengos, affectionately known as our Mama Bear, Your Excellency, Nangolo Mbumba, our cherished and beloved Chief Mona, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Seski Mbumba, His Excellency President Sam Nujoma, our founding father, and Madam Nujoma, His Excellency, our second President, Ngifikepunye Pohamba, and Madam Pohamba, heads of states and governments present here and your representatives, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Madam Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, dear mourners, Directors of Proceedings, kindly allow me to stand by the protocol observed for the sake of brevity. I shall now deliver this message on behalf of the children and the grandchildren whom I have already called to the stage and I have already called by name. Our father was indeed a father in our nation. As his children and grandchildren, we understand that our father wore the heaviest of mantles, and so we tried our best to be his support system, to step back and allow others who wanted pieces of him to have their way, to resolve our problems without burdening him, and to not stress him out with our issues. The irony is that he was always stressed over our issues. Have we eaten? Are we sorted? Are we comfortable? It never ceased to amaze us how he always found the time and energy to ever be present for us. He fathered an entire nation with the same love and concern. Have all the children of Namibia eaten? Is the nation sorted? Are businessmen and women given every opportunity to succeed? Is government doing its best and its part effectively and efficiently? Are the women, men, and children of Namibia comfortable in terms of their dwelling? Are they safe? Are they respected, recognized, and included? And whenever the answer was that not all Namibians have this, our father applied his whole golden big heart, his brilliant mind, and his passionate soul to stressing over the lives and livelihoods of the Namibian children. Our father was a father figure to many. We were raised alongside several siblings, many of whom are here today. In fact, multitudes of which are here today. And thank you so much for accompanying us. In the vast tapestry of existence, where such thread weaves its own narrative, our father's story was one of resilience, wisdom, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. He was a beacon of hope and a testament to the belief that from the humblest of beginnings, greatness can emerge. Our father was a man of principle, embodying the virtues of honesty, integrity, and respect. He navigated the complexities of life with a steadfast moral compass, always guided by the light of truth and the strength of his convictions. His life was a masterclass in the art of living purposefully, a symphony of actions driven by love, duty, and an unshakable belief in the potentiality of humanity. He was not merely a participant in the unfolding story of our nation. He was a visionary architect, dreaming of a future where dignity, prosperity, and unity were not just ideals, but realities for all. Our Namibian house. His vision was not confined to the corridors of power, but extended into the hearts and the homes of those he served with such devotion. Our Namibian house. Our father's approach to life was characterized by a remarkable balance of strength and gentleness. His resilience was not born of rigidity, but of a profound understanding of the human condition. He knew the value of hard work, the importance of dreams, and the indispensable nature of truth and brevity, a true son of the soil. In the quiet moments, in the spaces between the demands of leadership, he was a family man at his core. His love for us, his children, was boundless, his guidance unwavering, and his support unconditional. Today, as we celebrate his life and honor his memory, we pledge to carry forward the torch of his legacy. We will strive to live by his principles, to embody the virtues he held dear, and to continue his work of building a future that reflects the beauty of his dreams. Our dad was more than a leader. He was a source of light in a world that often feels overshadowed by the clouds of despair. In his memory, let us all be bearers of that light, champions of the values he cherished, and architects of the world he believed we could create together. In closing, we find solace in the belief that while his journey on this earth has ended, his spirit continues to guide us. His lessons continue to inspire us, and his love continues to embrace us. We are eternally grateful for the privilege of calling him Dad, Papa, Opa. And we take comfort in knowing that his legacy will forever be a beacon of hope, guiding us toward a brighter, more united future. Thank you, Dad, for everything. Your memory will forever be a treasure in our hearts, a reminder of the power of love, the importance of principle, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. Dad, we will miss you so much. Mangaliso will miss those late-night phone calls. Helmut will miss the way you truly understood and listened to him. Nangula will miss your vibrant discussions on politics and campaign trails. Naomi will miss cooking for her papa. Oshoveli and Jackson will miss your sports banter and passionate debates. Dangos will miss rubbing your feet after a hard day at work and sharing your personal, special handshake. Nino will miss being your top guy. Kayla will miss how you always took her side, no matter what. And baby Lucas will miss calling you Ota. We will all miss your quick and witted jokes, your sound advice, and your unconditional love. You live in our lives forever now. Thank you very much.
of our late president. We extend our condolences to them once more. Now, with your understanding, I would postpone the performances by the Namibian Defence Force military band so that they will do that at the end of the program, and so we can proceed with the speakers for the sake of time. I would now like to invite Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the Official Opposition.
Very much, Director of Ceremony, our Prime Minister, Sarah Madila, Your Excellency, President Nangolo Mbumba, President of our Republic, and First Lady Madame Seseki Bumba, Madame Monica Geingos, the widow, the children, grandchildren, shall I say, the nuclear and the extended Sandip Kalondo families, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments present, former heads of states and governments, Excellencies, ambassadors, and plenipotentiaries of states, Your Excellency, founding President of our Republic, President Sem Shafishuna Nujoma and Madame Nujoma, Your Excellency, our second President of the Republic, Tatekuru Ifike Punye Pohamba and Madame Pohamba, Vice President of our Republic, Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa and General Retired Ndaitwa, Speaker of our National Assembly, Peter Kashavivi, and Chairperson of the National Council, Muha, members of our Cabinet, members of Parliament, Your Lordship Chief Justice and the Judiciary, the Secretary General of the ruling party, Sophia Chaningwa, members of the Fourth Estate, service chiefs, luminaries of our great society, prelate men of the clergy, led by Bishop Emeritus Kameta, and Reverend Dr. Geno Nakamela, amongst prominent men of the clergy, Chief Emmanuel Gassep, Chairperson of the Traditional Council, Governor of the region, Laura McLeod, Mayor of Windhoek, and all other important leaders present here. Fellow mourners, today we gather to bid farewell to a statesman, a leader, a unifying force in the history of our nation, the late HAGE GEINGOB. In this moment of grief, let us reflect on the profound impact he had on our nation and monumental legacy he leaves behind. Generally, eulogizing any person is a formidable task, particularly when it pertains to an individual of GEINGOB stature, class, and wits, whose influence inspired our nation. In the medley of our nation, as we commemorate the life and legacy of President GEINGOB, the profound words of Odysseus of the Greek mythology echo through the corridors of time. We ponder the question that Odysseus asked, and he asked the following, and I quote, "Will strangers hear our names long after we are gone and wonder who we were, how bravely we fought and how fiercely we loved," quote unquote. President GEINGOB's legacy, not only as a head of state, but also as a deft negotiator on the international stage, is a testament to his enduring impact on our nation. His skillful diplomacy and adept negotiation strategies were instrumental in navigating some of the complexities of our nation's history. Just as Odysseus contemplated the echoes of his actions, we too must consider the indelible mark that GEINGOB leaves on the pages of Namibian history. Generations yet unborn shall inquire about the man who was a fierce debater, a master negotiator, and more so loved in his country with great fervor. President GEINGOB can be remembered at midwifing our national constitution. What an honor that he was to this country, that during a difficult time, he could get it right in a passage of less than 80 days to create a respected Bill of Rights that is respected globally. That is the man we are eulogizing today. President GEINGOB shall be remembered by me, who had the honor to oppose him, to hold his government accountable for the last 9 years, as a man who nearly single-handedly convinced our country that we must take on the European Union and renegotiate the EPAs. He did it. And that is the acumen of a man I am eulogizing today. In honoring GEINGOB's memory, let us recognize that his actions, like those of Odysseus, transcend the immediate present. His name shall endure, and strangers in the future will hear of his deeds, pondering the character of the leader who was present for many historical events in our nation's young history. Fellow mourners, in this solemn moment as we bid farewell to my dear elder brother, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to you, my sister, Madam Monica GEINGOB. And I want to start my statement by saying this to you, my dear sister. The burden you carry during this period of profound loss is undoubtedly immense. And it is with sincere sympathy and empathy that I acknowledge the strength and resilience you have exhibited as the pillar of your family. Navigating the intricate responsibility of being a matriarch of the Namibian house was not an easy feat. And your steadfastness during these challenging times has not gone unnoticed. The sacrifices you made and the strength you displayed for the sake of your children, your family, exemplify the depth of your character and the love that binds your household. As my wife and I reflect on your poise and resilience, we stand in awe of your grace under such trying times. I know your own husband would have said, Monica, are you a crybaby? You must not be a coward. So I don't want you to mourn by crying. I want you to celebrate your life partner. Madam GEINGOB, your role as a partner to the late President GEINGOB did not go unnoticed, and I extend my utmost respect for the love, care, and support you provided throughout your marriage. I knew Dr. GEINGOB very well, and I knew when he was happy. And I can testify in front of all the millions of our people, HAGE was happy around Monica, all the time. As we collectively mourn his loss, I want you to know that my wife and I are profoundly proud of you. Your resilience, dignity, and unwavering support have been a source of inspiration to many during this challenging time. I say this to you. You took a ceremonial office of First Lady, and you conducted yourself that even politicians started to wait what you're saying. And that is the character of the woman you displayed in this country. We are proud of you, Monica GEINGOB. As we navigate the tempest of loss, we turn to the words of William Shakespeare, who encapsulated the essence of our shared sorrow, when he said the following, and I quote, "When he shall die, take him and cut him out in the little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun," quote unquote. In the tapestry of our nation, President GEINGOB's legacy shines as a constellation, a guiding light that has shaped the fabric of our identity. His dedication to the nation-building project will forever remain etched in our collective memory. President GEINGOB often spoke of the test of our nation being in its unity, particularly during the unprecedented periods in our history. Today we find ourselves at such a junction, facing daunting challenges that define our era. It is during these trying times that the unity he championed becomes not just a test, but a beacon, guiding us through the storm. Fellow mourners, President GEINGOB on the political theater. President GEINGOB could certainly be difficult at times, and he made me very, very angry. And I'm sure I also made him very, very angry on the many positions that we took. But President GEINGOB conducted a political transactional currency of the highest level, that we could disagree as compatriots of one country for months, but we would always view each other as compatriots. We had respect for one another. We were not condescending. We had differences, acrimonious differences politically that ought to be in a country. But one thing was, GEINGOB was a patriot to this country, and he knew that his opposing Namibians were also compatriots. And for that, I shall forever hold him very dear. President GEINGOB and I shared a brief friendship in the earlier years of our careers. I was a young man, went to Parliament at the age of 26. He was the chief whip of his party, I was the chief whip of my party. And this is where the camaraderie started. I don't want to waste time, but I want to bring these small moments in our lives that I will forever cherish as an elder brother. He was a bridge builder of all times. When it was not a common thing in this country for opposing leaders to become personal friends, HAGE GEINGOB made friends with the opposition. We could go to his house, he could call our homes. We had friendship that the country was not even realizing why he was doing that. But he was a bridge builder. For that, I shall forever remain indebted to him. One day, we took a flight, myself and him. He was the chairman of the Economics Committee, and he made that committee so powerful. And he wanted the best a la creme of parliamentarians to be part of that committee. Long story short, we landed, took a very light aircraft, was seated next to me. We went to Kunene South in the conservancy areas. Dr. Topi Aupindi reminded me of this story. He was the managing director of one company called Wilderness Safari or something. So they took us on a ride to see the fauna and flora of the area and to see the animals. Myself, President GEINGOB, our Foreign Minister Pea Mushelenga, jumped on a car that was open. And as we were traversing, we saw a very stray elephant. And this elephant was charging on the car that we were seated in. Typical GEINGOB. You see, you want us to get killed. We have better assignments to do in the future. Turn this car, let's go back. So we went back. So when we arrived later years, you, Venani, you were brave that day. But had you not been, for me, you wouldn't have even been the opposition leader of this country. You would have been dead by now. He would laugh. Above all, the man was a man of principle and code. He had a set of public virtues that brought strength and purpose to his life and to our country. He was a very honest man, even when it offended others. He would take a position, like it or not. HAGE would take a position. You knew where you stood with him on any matter. Of recent, he took on Germany on the question of Israel and the Namibian genocide. I must say, this man was a man of principle, a worthy opponent, a critical debater, but a man who would always hold hand. I see, with great regret, by our second president, President Pohamba, our people are expecting that the Namibian-German case of genocide to be settled. We plead to you when you go back that on the negotiating table, create a respectable deal on behalf of our people, create an honorable deal so that we close this chapter and move on going forward. Namibia is better for his presence amongst us. The world is smaller for his departure, and we will remember him as he was, unwavering and towering. We will remember his husky voice, his jovial smile and laughter. As friends, when the political temperatures went high, my dear sister Monica would toss us one side at state events. The two of us had a weakness not to look like our problems. So Monica would ask, so Hage and McHenry, who is better dressed today? She would be on the floor because Hage would start saying, obviously Hage, how can this young man dress better than me? That is the man who was Hage, always jovial and making jokes when it comes to easy time. We will remember his composure. We will remember that he brought a sense of calm to an office ever so serious. I recall during the COVID-19 pandemic, if I have to write about Hage GEINGOB, that was his best years of being a leader of this country. Hage was conducting these family meetings, alcohol prohibited. Alcohol prohibited. Hage would share often on WhatsApps on the conditions of the COVID-19, but how he demonstrated leadership during that difficult time, it was something to be emulated. Of course, he was not a perfect man. Hage never knew how to console someone. Oh my goodness. During COVID-19, I was in ICU. My sister dies, and just as I leave ICU, Hage calls. Yeah, my young brother, you must know people die. I'm like saying Big G. I used to call him Big G. How do you start? Like, well, I know what has happened to you, but people do die. You must just be strong. Continue. That is Hage. That is the man we are honoring today. Shall I say, death have thee no shame. Death have thee no shame. We have been robbed of one of our brightest minds, not just our generation, but also in our history. We have been gripped by loss that affects every household in this great republic. This is not just the death of a public figure. It feels personal. Hage's death is felt everywhere in our country. The elders, the young, everyone, even people from various political parties, everybody is saying our leader has gone. That is the man that he was. I've always respected his views on the free media, and that he allowed the media to have a full day with him. He would be questioned on anything that he does, right or wrong, personal or no personal. Hage would be on the front lines, and that's how he treated the media. I'm sure the media will miss him dearly. I will miss him dearly because our politics was very loud. Hage would disagree with us very loudly. He would always watch parliamentary debates every day. And if Venani is scoring the goals, he would call certain people, I don't want to name their names. And when they come back, you see that they're hitting. When they're hitting back, I know it's the instruction comes from State House. At this juncture, we must envision a future guided by the principles of unity, service, and unwavering commitment to our nation. The challenges we face demand decisive leadership and steadfast dedication to our defining values. Inspired by GEINGOB's legacy, current and future generations must walk the journey of serving the people. In commemorating him, we salute the work he has done for our country selflessly. As we navigate the path forward, we should continue to construct what he termed Namibian House, that is steadfast, committed to the eradication of divisive elements, tribalism, racism, regionalism, and any other forms of discrimination must find no place within our national narrative. Together as a united country, we must seek to mitigate the challenges that lies ahead, fortified by the values that President GEINGOB's leadership defined. Furthermore, our commitment to high transactional currency has saved our politics. We are one country that has done very well in terms of our democratic credentials. It's not a perfect house, but we are building that house knowing that as citizens, we must continue to support and help a country before politics. Namibian first, country first, politics second. And that is the mantra of the political currency that I and him continue to engage in. We must seize this moment to reaffirm our collective commitment, combating the persistent challenges of underdevelopment, unemployment, and inequality, and to identify our efforts in laying the foundations for a Namibia that epitomizes goodness and justice. In bidding farewell to President GEINGOB, let us draw solace to his favorite word in the Bible, Psalm 34, verse 18. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. May these verses offer solace and assurance as we navigate the path ahead in honoring President GEINGOB. Finally, as we lament a life well
In the heart of Namibia, a legend emerged. The people's president, a man larger than life. He possessed a presence that extended beyond what met the eye. To truly grasp his impact, one had to be in his presence. He was a man of many facets. A people's person, a farmer, a seasoned diplomat, a family man, a straight talker, a lover of sports, a true gentle giant. Born under a tree on a farm, his journey led him to become the first Prime Minister and the third democratically elected president.
I would like to invite Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO Party, to make a statement on behalf of the SWAPO Party. Your Excellency.
Salute, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you forever. Director of Ceremonies, Dr. Sarah Madira, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Genkos, Third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, the children, and the entire bereaved family, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Your Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Founding President of the Republic of Namibia and Madam Nujoma, Your Excellency Dr. Ifike Punye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia, Heads of and Madam Pohamba, Heads of international and regional organizations, Heads of delegation, in the interest of time, I sincerely request that I stand on the protocol established and to say, comrades, fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, under the glorious banner of freedom, solidarity, and justice. The SWAPO Party family is grieved by the loss of our leader. We are nursing the deep and overwhelming pain of losing someone who was not only closer to us, but a valued member of our party, who dedicated his entire life to the cause of our revolutionary party and to the Namibian nation. It is therefore with a heavy heart and deepest sorrow that I stand here to bid farewell and pay tribute to one of the heroes of our liberation struggle. In human history, every country is bestowed and gifted with outstanding heroes and heroines, whose lives are embodied in the national tapestry of its political, economic, and culture, as well as social and economic life. Namibia, too, is blessed with outstanding leaders, revolutionaries, and iconic giants who have made great contribution to the birth and the growth of our country. Our departed President, Comrade Dr. HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB, is one of those heroes. And it was not by mistake when the SWAPO Party deployed Comrade GEINGOB to the government and to the Namibian nation. And he did not let the party down. And this is demonstrated by the way the nation and the world is mourning him. From 1962, when he joined SWAPO, up to the 4th February 2024, when the entire Namibian nation woke up to the devastating news of his pass. It marked a period of 64 years of solid and total commitment and dedication to the just cause of our genuine freedom and independence, and to the building of a united, peaceful, and inclusive Namibia. He was a leader born into a generation that fearlessly sacrificed for a free and independent Namibia. The SWAPO Party and our country has lost a revolutionary, a visionary, a touring hero. He was a divine gift bestowed upon Namibia and its people. Building on the foundation led by Comrade Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, the founding president and the father of Namibian nation, and Comrade Ifike Ponyepohamba, our second president, Comrade GEINGOB, focused on Namibia's social progress and economic emancipation. He championed unity of purpose and action among all Namibians. He strived for inclusive economic prosperity for all our people. His name will definitely remain engraved in the annals of the history of our country and, of course, that of SWAPO Party. Our departed president's contribution to the development and the growth of Namibia as a modern constitutional democracy leaves a visible permanent mark. He did not only contribute to the crafting of the democratic constitution of Namibia that he chaired, but also strive to promote its full application in all the areas of governance during his tenure of office as the first Prime Minister and the third President of the Republic of Namibia, the land of the brave. As Prime Minister, he championed the unification, modernization, and cultivation of a high-performance culture in the Namibian public service. His commitment and dedication to good governance is reflected in both the political and administrative architecture of our nation today. The direct access to his office by all citizens of our country through open and transparent engagement was immensely promoted, while the political and administration interface between the political principal and administrator was reinforced during his tenure of office. He was indeed a people's president, and that's why as a country, for the past 3 weeks, we have been all in mourning, and memorial service were held even under a tree deep in the rural areas of our country. The nation mourning its leader, the nation mourning its loved one. During his presidency, Comrade Dr. HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB has initiated the Harambee Prosperity Plan, a comprehensive policy tool which is aimed at addressing the socio-economic development challenges facing the country and, of course, to faster tracking the attainment of the goals enumerated in our long-term vision 2030. The 4 pillars in the Harambee Prosperity Plan, namely effective governance, economic advancement, social progression, infrastructure development, and international cooperation, represents his pioneering goal to bring about an inclusive prosperity for all Namibians. On the international front, our departed president leaves a legacy of a true champion of world peace and security, as well as equal sharing of prosperity among all nations of the world. His voice was vocal at various international fora, particularly the SADC, the African Union, the United Nations, and many others, for the promotion of multilateralism and equality among nations. The world was waiting with expectation for him, with his German counterpart present here today, to chair the UN Summit for the Future this year. Unfortunately, we will miss him. And the presence of many international guests here or mourners is a clear testimony that the world will miss him, particularly during the UN Summit for the Future. Fellow mourners, dear comrades, with the passing of our president, we will miss him, his parental caring and unifying character. His absence leaves a gap in our midst. As SWAPO and as members of the entire Namibian House, of course, one of his ventures that he deeply upheld and promoted when he was alive was unity of purpose and action among all the people of Namibia. At the party level, Comrade GEINGOB advocated for the organic unit of the entire SWAPO party leadership and the rank and the file. We will embrace and continue to promote his legacy in order to ensure that SWAPO party remains a path of choice and a true political home for all Namibians. As we mourn his passing, let us rededicate ourselves and continue to emulate his exemplary deeds in the second phase of the struggle for economic independence. It is our belief that Comrade GEINGOB has joined others, gallant sons and daughters of our land, who have preceded him. May the revolutionary spirit of Comrade GEINGOB endure and many of our honors, and may we honor him by building a prosperous Namibia where generations will live in unity, peace, and harmony. Comrade GEINGOB has also invested a Namibian house that is united, peaceful, and inclusive. Let the current and the future generation of Namibia continue to draw inspiration from his legacy, and let us really build a Namibian house in which nobody should feel left out. Meme Monica Genigos, our third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, the children, and the entire bereaved family. You have lost a husband. You have lost a father. You have lost an uncle. You have lost a grandpa. But I want to tell you, you have not lost a Namibia. You have not lost the Namibians. You have not lost the world. You have seen how many heads of state, first ladies, dignitaries who came to Casa Rosaria in the course of the 3 weeks. That's the assurance that you should have, that besides this dark crowd that befell in your house, you still have the people around you. And be hopeful. And as a family of SWAPO Party, we are also there. And we will continue to say comrades when we are coming home. Therefore, at this point, allow me, on behalf of SWAPO Party leadership and the entire rank and file, to extend our sincere, heartfelt condolence on the passing of your dear husband, your dear father, and for us, our dear comrade, our beloved President, Dr. HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB. To you, Meme Monica, the children and the family, thank you for sharing Comrade President GEINGOB with the nation. Taking away from the family time, this we highly appreciate, and we will always remember it. We greatly share in your loss, and we only say, may the Almighty God console and strengthen all of you or us during this difficult period of mourning. Go well, Comrade Dr. HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB. Go well, our beloved President, our leader. Go well, our hero. Rest in perfect and eternal peace, Comrade HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB. We salute thee, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you forever.
Thank you very much, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. Very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President. I now move on to the next speaker, who is His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. And I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Pohamba to present his tribute. Your Excellency.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of our Republic. Excellency, Madam Susan Mbumba, First Lady of our Republic. Excellency, Comrade Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of our Republic, and the Lieutenant Epaphras Ndaitwa, the widow, Madam Monica GEINGOB, former First Lady, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, former Heads of State and Governments, Your Excellency, distinguished heads of delegations, fellow mourners, permit me to stand on the established protocol. On Sunday, February 4th, the Namibian nation woke up to the horrifying and the painful news of the passing away of our President, Dr. HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB. I, for one, was shocked and deeply touched by this devastating news. The news of the death of our president, a leader who, as a young man, influenced by the political situation in the country at the time, took a conscious decision to join his fellow Namibians abroad who were fighting to liberate his motherland. We are here today to pay our final respect to a man who served his nation with passion during the dark days of our struggle for freedom and independence. A man who would serve as the first prime minister in an independent Namibia, and who went on to become the third president of the Republic of Namibia. I have known the late Comrade HAGE for more than 60 years now. We met for the first time at a bus stop at a railway station in Chumep in December 1962. On that day, Comrade Eliandela Matale and I were being deported to our native homeland. Upon our release from imprisonment that lasted several months, we were imprisoned for being out of the country without a permission. This was after we were arrested upon our return from Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania, in 1962. Dear mourners, Comrade GEINGOB left the country and joined SWAPO office in the then Bechuanaland, now the Republic of Botswana, where he temporarily served as an assistant representative of SWAPO during the period between 1963 and 1964. after which he left to study in the United States of America. In 1964, SWAPO Party President Comrade Dr. Sam Nujoma appointed Comrade GEINGOB to represent the SWAPO Party while studying in the United States, and served as SWAPO Party representative at the United Nations and to the Americas. During his tenure as SWAPO Party representative at the United Nations, Comrade GEINGOB traveled extensively within the United States, addressing meetings, and he was, in most cases, accompanied by his fellow students, such as Comrade Hidipo Hamtenya, Comrade Theo Benegurirab, and others. These efforts contributed to massively the recognition of SWAPO Party as the sole and authentic representative of the people of Namibia by the United Nations General Assembly, leading to, and that was after several years, the independence of Namibia in 1990. In 1975, Comrade Sam Nujoma, the president of SWAPO Party, recommended for the appointment of Comrade HAGE GEINGOB to be director of the newly established United Nations Institute for Namibia. Comrade GEINGOB and his team were responsible for the establishing of the institution in Lusaka, Republic of Zambia. SWAPO asked the United Nations and the members of the international community to establish an institution to train the young Namibians who were taught under the Bantu education in Namibia, which was not a proper education setup. The primary functions, that is Comrade HAGE GEINGOB and his colleagues, was to train cadres who would take over the civil service in independent Namibia. Yes, indeed, this had happened. Today, we have the Chief Justice of this country, Peter Shibote. We have Petros Damaset, Judge President. We have Martha Imara, Prosecutor General. We have Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs. We have Pendukeni Vulaitana, former Minister of Home Affairs. We have Inge Zamani Kamu, Presidential Advisor. All these 7 people I have mentioned were trained, or they went through the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka. Director of Ceremonies, Comrade HAGE GEINGOB, served as Director of the United Nations Institute for Namibia until 1989, when he was reassigned to lead the SWAPO party leaders back home. That included me. I was also in that group. Dear monarchs, after 27 years of absence from his motherland, Comrade GEINGOB and many of us finally returned home on the 18th of June, 1989, under the leadership of Comrade GEINGOB. In the same year, Comrade HAGE GEINGOB was elected by the Politburo of SWAPO Party as Director of Elections to spearhead the SWAPO's election campaign in the country. Along with his team, they set up election centers all over the country and led the electoral campaign that saw the SWAPO party win the majority in 1990. On 21st November 1989, Comrade HAGE was elected chairman of the Constituent Assembly, which was responsible for the formulation and drafting of the Namibian Constitution. It was a process of building mutual trust between the former warring parties. The Namibian Constitution was unanimously adopted by the Constituent Assembly on the 9th of February, 1990. On March 21st, 1990, Comrade Sam Nujoma, as new President of the Republic of Namibia, appointed Comrade HAGE as the first Prime Minister. In November 2007, the Politburo nominated the Comrade HAGE as a candidate for the position of Vice President of SWAPO Party. At the Congress, Comrade HAGE was elected the Vice President, unopposed, on 29th November 2007, after which, as second President of the Republic of Namibia, I appointed him Minister of Trade and Industry on April 2008. At the 2012 SWAPO Party Congress, Comrade Hage GEINGOB was re-elected as Vice President on the 2nd December 2012. After the Congress, I appointed the Comrade Hage GEINGOB Prime Minister on December 4th, making him the first Prime Minister to serve under two presidents. Comrade Hage GEINGOB was the best administrator in public and government business in this country. His dedication earned him respect and admiration, not only among the SWAPO Party leadership, but also among the opposition parties, rank and file. Comrade GEINGOB was subsequently elected the President of Namibia by an overwhelming majority on the 28th November 2014. On 21st March 2015, I handed over the symbols of power to Comrade Hage GEINGOB as he was sworn in as Namibia's third president. At that time, I assured the Namibian nation that I am living in Namibia in good hands. I still believe that in GEINGOB, Namibia was in good hands, judging by what his administration has accomplished during the reign characterized by many challenges, such as economic downturn that affected the many economies in the world, drought, and floods, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Director of Ceremonies on the 18th of April 2015, the Central Committee of SWAPO Party convened a meeting in Ongwediva, where, among other things, I tendered in my resignation as a SWAPO Party president to allow the Vice President to act until the next Congress, and thereby allowing him to have a full authority to manage both affairs of state and those of the SWAPO Party. Following this development, the Central Committee organized a public meeting on the 19th of April, 2015, at the Osakati Soccer Stadium, during which I officially handed over the SWAPO Party presidential instruments of power to the SWAPO Party acting president, Comrade HAGE GEINGOB. Dear monarchs, the passing away of Comrade HAGE GEINGOB must remind us of the Peter Nanyembas, Tobias Hainyekos, and the many more freedom fighters who died fighting at the battlefront. It must remind us that the peace and the freedom that we enjoy in Namibia today was achieved. It was achieved through the bloodshed. President GEINGOB departed this earthly life at a time when he was still serving his country and the people as head of state and the government. As a freedom fighter, chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, minister, prime minister, president, and a political mentor to many. Comrade GEINGOB did indeed run a good race. His legacy should inspire us to continue to build from where he has ended, so that Namibia could continue on a positive trajectory in the fight against the challenges of economic development, unemployment, poverty, eradication, and the effective provision of public services. We cannot talk about the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia without mentioning the name HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB because of his leading role that he played at the birth of our republic. When we were drafting the Constitution, his efforts should therefore inspire us to rededicate ourselves to the values and the ideals founded in our Constitution for the prosperity of our country and the people. Comrade Hage has left us too soon. There is a lot more that he could have done for our country and our people, should his fiscal health allow it. That notwithstanding, we recognize and value the countless contributions he has made towards the attainment of our freedom and independence, and to the social and economic development of our country. Our nation will remember him for his patriotic deeds and his contribution to the building of a new democracy after decades of subjugation and colonial brutality. Jamonas, although Comrade Hage GEINGOB is no longer with us, fiscally, his legacy will forever be remembered by Namibians whose lives were positively impacted by his deeds and by his wise leadership. Let us honor the legacy of Comrade Hage GEINGOB by reinforcing the policy of national reconciliation, strengthening of our democratic institutions, maintaining peace and stability, and implementing policies that can bring about tangible improvement in the lives of all our people. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge and show my sincere appreciation and gratitude to you all, my fellow Namibian citizens, for your planning and the participation in the heartfelt memorial services for our late President Hage GEINGOB. In all our regions, cities, towns, and villages, I do this from the bottom of my heart. I thank you all May my fellow citizens, to our former First Lady, Madam Monica Genkos, the children of the entire immediate and extended family, I would like to say, we share your sorrow, your pain, and your loss. Our hearts and our prayers are with you during this difficult, dark time. We wish you solace, strength, and consolidation during this moment. May the Almighty God give you strength to carry on. May the soul of our dear departed President, HAGE GEINGOB, rest in peace forever. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. The back of the vehicle. Yes. Same vehicle. Yeah.
Excellencies, I would like first and foremost to appeal. I would like to appeal to that side there. There is too much noise there. I don't know whether you are listening. We want some order there, please. Your Excellency, Dr. Ngolo Mbumba, President, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Governments, fellow monarchs, I would like to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Sarah Kuongera Amadila, our Prime Minister, to deliver the statement of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
very much, Honorable Kapofi, Co-Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Mbumba, Madame Monica Geinkos, former First Lady, the children, and the entire GEINGOB family, Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments, current and retired, and all leaders of delegation, all protocol observed. I will read the tribute by His Excellency Dr. Sem Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, on the occasion of the state funeral in honor of His Excellency Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, national hero and third president of the Republic of Namibia. It goes as follows. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Mbumba, First Lady, Madame Monica Geinkos, former First Lady, the children and the entire GEINGOB family, Your Excellency, heads of state and government, past and present, Your Excellency Dr. Hifike Punye Pohamba, former President, and Madame Pohamba, former First Lady, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President and retired Lieutenant General Ndaitwa, Her Royal Highness Princess Anne of the British Royal Family, members of the Diplomatic Corps and other foreign dignitaries, allow me to stand by the protocol already established. We are gathered here not only to bid farewell to His Excellency Dr. HAGE G. GEINGOB, the third President of the Republic of Namibia, but also to celebrate his heroic life and acknowledge his immense contributions to the attainment of our country's independence and nation building. The sad news of his untimely passing struck a deep and solemn note when I received a call shortly after midnight on Sunday, the 4th of February, 2024, from His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, informing me that President GEINGOB is no more. The last time I spoke to the late President HAGE GEINGOB was when he called me on a day before he went for medical treatment abroad. On that occasion, I wish him a quick recovery and renewed strength to continue leading our country to greater heights of economic development and prosperity. As the nation collectively grieves this profound loss of a loving husband to his dear wife and a caring father to his children, our thoughts and prayers are with the widow, Madame Monica Geinkos, former First Lady, the children, and the extended GEINGOB's family and clan at this difficult time. May you find solace in the knowledge that as a nation we share in your grief and join you in mourning our departed President GEINGOB. Fellow mourners, it is difficult to eulogize and vividly capture in words what makes a life and the essential truth of a person. However, having heard the many tributes that have been written over the past 3 weeks describing the late President HAGE GEINGOB as a freedom fighter, a Pan-Africanist, and the chief architect of our Constitution and our governance architecture, I could not agree more with such description, as it is appropriate and fits him aptly. Indeed, it has been profoundly touching to witness how the news of his untimely passing united our nation in grief and sorrow. Similarly, the outpouring of love from all over the world is a testament to President GEINGOB's diplomacy of multilateralism when he said, "Namibia is a child of international solidarity and therefore a friend to all and an enemy to none." Against this background, the theme of this state funeral, which reads, "Inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict," is befitting as the late President HAGE GEINGOB fervently advocated for our country's unity in diversity, reflecting our unique Namibian identity as opposed to our different ethnic identities, which he weaved together in a common tapestry through his mantra of the Namibian house, in which no one should feel left out. He will thus be remembered as a unifier because he embodied a politics that was not divisive, as he understood the immense power of unity and vehemently fought against tribalism. For those of us who knew him, those who worked alongside him, and those who loved him, it is unbearable that we will not see him again. We may have lost the commanding presence of a gentle giant and a roaring lion with the heart of a lamb, as well as the heavy accented tone of a towering figure, but his spirit will live on in the countless men and women that he mentored and trained over the years. Fellow mourners, the first time I met the late President HAGE GEINGOB was at Leopold Field, Kinshasa, in the Congo, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, when he joined us in exile in 1963 through Botswana, where he spent some time in a refugee camp before he left for the United States of America in 1964 to study at Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, when he was granted a scholarship. Subsequently, he obtained a BA degree in political science from Fordham University in New York in 1970 and a master's in international relations at the New School for Social Research in 1974. I appointed him as SWAPO representative at the United Nations and to the Americas when he was still a student, together with the late comrades Theo Ben Gurirab and Hidipo Hamtenya. Being a representative, he lobbied hard for the UN General Assembly's Resolution 2145 of 27th of October 1966 to terminate the mandate of South Africa over Namibia and reaffirm our people's inalienable right to self-determination, freedom, and independence. On my recommendation, the late President HAGE GEINGOB was appointed director at the United Nations Institute for Namibia, UNIN, an educational body set up by the United Nations Council for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia, on 26th of August 1976 to educate Namibians for roles in an independent Namibia. In 1989, he was appointed by the SWAPO Central Committee to lead the SWAPO election campaign as director, and I handed to him the SWAPO flag during the implementation of the UN General Assembly's Resolution 435. In September 1989, after nearly 30 years in exile, when I returned to Namibia, I was received by the late President HAGE GEINGOB in Windhoek. I recall that when I stepped down from the plane, he held high the same SWAPO flag I had handed to him on 18th June 1989 and handed it back to me. After SWAPO's historic landslide victory in the 1989 UN supervised elections, the Constituent Assembly elected Comrade HAGE GEINGOB as its chairman. His task was not only to conduct the proceedings, but also to build confidence between diverse parties and previously warring enemies. He showed us painstakingly that he was a skillful negotiator who was not afraid to seek for compromises for the sake of a bigger goal. Because of this, he was highly praised for his skillful handling of debates, which proved instrumental in ensuring that our country's supreme law was drafted in a record time of only 3 months and unanimously adopted on the 9th of February 1990. I then appointed Comrade GEINGOB as our country's first Prime Minister to oversee the restructuring of the public service that was fragmented along racial and ethnic lines, and to put up the new governance architecture of an independent Namibia. He executed his role with diligence and with dedication. I was therefore not surprised when he was elected as Vice President of SWAPO Party and eventually the third President of the SWAPO Party and of the Republic of Namibia. At this juncture, allow me to applaud the Namibian people for their calmness during the mourning period and for a seamless and peaceful transition of power. This is an indication that our democracy has matured and our state is stable because we have sound processes, systems, and institutions in place as envisioned by the late President HAGE GEINGOB. In this regard, allow me to wholeheartedly convey good wishes to His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbuba for being sworn in as the fourth President of the Republic of Namibia when he filled the vacant post for the remainder of the term of office of the late President HAGE GEINGOB in accordance with the provisions of the Namibian Constitution. In the same vein, allow me to extend my well wishes to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah for her appointment as the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Fellow mourners, in according a hero's funeral to the late President HAGE GEINGOB, we are giving a richly deserved recognition to a national hero and third President of the Republic of Namibia as a recipient of many international awards, including the Jose Marti Order, which will be conferred on him posthumously by our Cuban friends and comrades in arms with whom we shared trenches together with the Angolan FAPLA forces until the final historic battle of Quito Cuanavale. The late President HAGE GEINGOB is also a recipient of Namibia's highest award when he was conferred the most ancient order of the Welwitschia Mirabilis, and thus he deservedly enters the pantheon of Namibia's heroes and heroines. We will miss his towering presence in the corridors of the UN, the AU, and the SADC headquarters and summits, as well as at State House. But let me say to the young people of our country and Africa at large that they too can make his life's work their own. The late President HAGE GEINGOB hails from humble beginnings, and the white minority colonial regime of South Africa thought that he will live a life of servitude because he was a child of farm laborers. However, life had a different destiny for him to endure a life of service, but not to any master other than to the struggling masses of the Namibian people, and he rose through the ranks to the highest office in the land of the brave. Looking at the scope of his accomplishments and the admiration that he so rightly earned, he has shown us that he earned his place in history through struggle and unrelenting spirit, and that is why we learned so much from him, and we can still learn from him. He taught us the importance of reason and arguments and the need to study not only those you agree with, but also those you do not agree with. As he used to say, you do not make peace with your friends, but with your enemies. In addition, he demonstrated that action and ideas are not enough, no matter how right. They must be molded into processes, systems, and institutions. Furthermore, he always demanded the best from everyone around him. In summary, he was very attentive, teachable, and a very consultative person who placed great emphasis on dialogue. Above all, being truthful was very important to him. As we bid the late President HAGE GEINGOB a fond farewell at the end of his earthly journey, and when we have rejoined our daily routines, let us reflect on his distinguished career and what we can learn from him to ensure that the legacy he leaves behind has grown deep roots like the marula tree and good shade for future generations. On behalf of the veterans of our national liberation struggle, the Nuyoma family, and indeed on my own behalf, allow me to convey our deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathies to Madam Monica Geinkos, the former First Lady, the children, the extended GEINGOB's family, and the entire nation for this profound loss. As we walk through this dark cloud hovering around our nation, may we all be granted fortitude to overcome this bereavement and be left only with the most cherished memories of our departed, beloved, late President, Dr. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB. May his legacy illuminate our path as we chart the future destiny of our country to greater economic development and prosperity. May his soul rest in eternal peace. So ends the statement of His Excellency, the Founding Father. I will now proceed to call on the Namibian Defense Force Military Band to give us one item as we prepare for the next item, which is the tributes by the heads of states and government and other foreign dignitaries.
Give me a countdown. Yes, and a very well welcome if you are watching us for the first time. We're coming to you live from the Independence Stadium, where the memorial service of Dr. HAGE GEINGOB is just underway. We've had several speakers, and the last speaker was the founding president of Namibia, President Sam Nujoma. So we're almost halfway through with the program. It got off to a very good start, although there have been some late arrivals. What's next on the program, Denver? What's left?
So right now we'll see a performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. That will be followed by heads of state and government and other foreign dignitaries delivering their tributes. Then we'll have another performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. Thereafter, the former First Lady, the widow, Madam Monica Geinkos, will deliver her tribute, followed by the address by the chief mourner, that is the President of the country, President Nangolo Mbumba. And then there will be announcements by the directors of ceremonies, followed by the benediction. And that more or less concludes the program for today's memorial service.
And in fact, thereafter, the body will again lie in state, which means that the public can then pay their respects once the VIPs have viewed the body, paid their respects, and left the stadium. Then the general public can then view the body and pay their respects. We will be with you until this evening when this actually happens, but we'll also be with you tomorrow morning when the actual burial takes place at Heroes Acre.
And that will conclude 3 weeks of mourning. The Namibian nation since Sunday, the 4th of February 2024, when the tragic news reached us, has been in mourning. President Nangolo Mbumba on Monday, the 5th of February, of course, declared the official mourning period to commence.
Thank you very much, NDF. Now, before I start to call on their excellencies, the heads of states and government, and leaders of delegations who would be presenting tributes, I would just like to acknowledge some of the heads of states and governments that have not been included in the list of recognized leaders when we made the announcement earlier, and others arrived after we have commenced already. So I would like to recognize His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland, His Excellency Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, and Madam, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and Madam, His Excellency Dr. Mokwetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, and Madam, His Excellency Mr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Haimbe Mulambo, Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Mandarapu, High Commissioner of India, His Excellency Mr. Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, and Her Excellency Ms. Eunice Ipinge, President of the Pan-African Women Organization. Welcome to you all, Your Excellencies. Now, I would like to start with the program of presentation of tributes by the foreign dignitaries, and the first is His Excellency, Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola. I invite you to the podium, Your Excellency.
Sua Excelência Nangola Mbumba, Presidente da República da Namíbia, Sua Excelência Presidente Fundador, Presidente Samu Yoma, Sua Excelência o Segundo Presidente da República, Ifikepunye Lucas Pohamba,
Your Excellency Nangola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency Sam Nujoma, the first President of Namibia, Your Excellency Lucas Efikine Pohamba, the second President of the Republic of Namibia.
Senhora Mônica Gengos, estimados membros da família do Malogrado, Excelências, chefes de Estado e do Governo, distintas entidades, minhas senhoras, meus senhores.
Dear Madame Monica Gengos and the bereaved family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen.
Cabe-me, na qualidade de Presidente da República de Angola e na de Presidente em exercício da SADC, a dolorosa responsabilidade de render homenagem nesta cerimônia profundamente triste, em que nos despedimos para a eternidade do nosso irmão, amigo, camarada e companheiro de luta, o Presidente HAGE GEINGOB, figura incontornável do processo de libertação de África, um intrépido defensor da liberdade, da democracia e da dignidade dos povos africanos e do povo namibiano em particular, pelo qual dedicou grande parte da sua vida.
I have the duty as the President of the Republic of Angola and the current chair of SADC to pay tribute at this deeply sad ceremony where we are saying goodbye for eternity to our brother, friend, comrade and fellow fighter, President HAGE GEINGOB, an outstanding figure in the African liberation process, a fearless defender of freedom, democracy, dignity of the African people and the Namibian people in particular, to whom he dedicated a large part of his life.
Nesta cerimônia fúnebre, ficamos sem palavras para expressar a nossa emoção e a nossa dor pela ausência irreparável do presidente HAGE GEINGOB.
At this memorial ceremony, we are left without words to express our emotion and our pain due to the irreparable absence of President HAGE GEINGOB.
Em nome dos líderes e dos povos da SADC e dos nossos parceiros, gostaria de dizer que o legado deixado pelo nosso camarada, de quem hoje nos despedimos, deve ser preservado e servir como referência para a concretização dos grandes objetivos da SADC e da África, como forma de homenagearmos esta grande figura africana da nossa história contemporânea.
On behalf of the leaders and people of SADC and our partners, I would like to say that the legacy left by our comrade, to whom we are saying goodbye today, must be preserved and should serve as a reference for the achievement of the great objectives of SADC and Africa. Such is the way of paying homage to this great African son of our contemporary history.
Permitam-me destacar o papel ativo e impulsionador que o presidente HAGE GEINGOB desempenhou enquanto exerceu a função de presidente em exercício da SADC em 2018, durante a qual liderou a agenda de industrialização regional, promovendo o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas regionais, a capacitação dos jovens e o desenvolvimento sustentável da região, no âmbito do cumprimento dos objetivos que a sua presidência se propôs alcançar.
Allow me to highlight the active and visionary role played by President HAGE GEINGOB while serving as SADC chairperson in 2018, during which he spearheaded the regional industrialization agenda by promoting the development of regional infrastructure, youth empowerment, and sustainable development of the region within the scope of fulfilling the objectives that his chairmanship had set out to achieve.
Destaco ainda o papel que exerceu na defesa da paz, da estabilidade e da segurança da região, premissas fundamentais para o desenvolvimento econômico e social da nossa sub-região.
I also would like to highlight the role he played in advocating for peace, stability, and security in the region, which are fundamental premises for the economic and social development of our sub-region.
Os feitos do presidente HAGE GEINGOB são de tal dimensão e de tão grande amplitude que não conseguiríamos descrever em breves palavras o modo como se dedicou e se entregou à causa da construção, do progresso e do desenvolvimento da sua nação, da África Austral e do continente africano no geral.
The achievements of President HAGE GEINGOB are such magnitude and scope that we would not be able to describe them in few words, that the way in which he dedicated himself and gave his life to the cause of building the progress and development of his nation, the Southern African region, and the African continent in general.
A dor e tristeza estão espantadas nos rostos dos cidadãos namibianos pela perda do seu estimado e admirado líder, mas estou convencido que a saberão transformar em energia para se dedicarem com vigor à construção da nação, forte, resiliente e exemplar em termos de estabilidade, segurança e paz que o presidente HAGE GEINGOB tinha no seu projeto de nação.
The pain and sadness are written on the faces of the Namibian citizens due to the loss of their esteemed and admired leader. But I'm convinced that they will know how to transform this sadness into energy to dedicate themselves with bravery to building the strong, resilient, and exemplary nation in terms of stability, security, and peace, which President HAGE GEINGOB had in his project of nation.
Ao longo dos anos da luta comum contra o regime do apartheid da África do Sul, Angola e a Namíbia estabeleceram inquebrantáveis e duradouros laços de amizade, irmandade e de cooperação que muito nos orgulham.
Over the years of the common struggle against the apartheid regime in South Africa, Angola and Namibia have established unbreakable and long-lasting bonds of friendship, brotherhood, and cooperation that make us proud.
A dor do povo namibiano é nossa dor e por esta razão estamos presentes para partilhar esta dor e dizer que em momentos difíceis como este podem contar sempre com a nossa solidariedade.
The pain of the Namibian people is our pain, and for this reason we are present here to share in this pain and say that in difficult times like this, you can always count on our solidarity.
Em nome do governo angolano e no da SADC, permitam-me que apresente a viúva do malogrado, aos filhos, a toda a família enlutada, ao povo e ao governo namibiano, os nossos mais profundos sentimentos de pesar.
On behalf of the Angolan government and the behalf of SADC, allow me to convey to the widow of the deceased president, his children and the entire bereaved family, to the people and the government of Namibia, our deepest condolences.
Que a alma do malogrado presidente HAGE GEINGOB descanse em paz.
May the soul of the late President HAGE GEINGOB rest in peace.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Lorenzo of the Republic of Angola, for your tribute. Now, before I proceed to call the next speaker, I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Mr. Philippe Jancito Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Having done so, I would proceed to invite His Excellency Dr. Mokwetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, to present his tribute.
His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and your dear wife, Madam former First Lady Monica Gengos, the GEINGOB children and all bereaved, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, the people of Namibia. On this somber day, as we gather to repose our final respects on one of Africa's heroes, and while the mood in the atmosphere is filled with sadness at the demise of Dr. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB, it is our fond memories of this stalwart that enabled us to gather the strength to observe this occasion as a celebration of our life well lived. It is sad as we mourn the loss of a beloved husband, father, brother, uncle, friend and colleague, and yet also celebratory as we acknowledge and recognize the magnificence of his example. My wife and I, the Botswana delegation, are here today because my departed elder brother, Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, was a true friend of Botswana. He had a special place in his heart for my people and country. I came to realize this as on several occasions when we met and conversed, he reminisced about his days as a refugee in Botswana. I always admired his humble demeanor, his straight talk, and his genuine appreciation of the contribution Botswana made to the liberation of his country. The people of Namibia that gallantly fought against brutal colonization and also apartheid's occupation and racial oppression. While some are not as informed about the sacrifices Botswana made to the liberation struggle in our sub-region, in Dr. GEINGOB, I found a man who understood and sympathized with our unenviable position, which is right in the belly of the beast. When talking about his stay in Botswana, he would say to me, I open quote, in my wildest dreams, I could not imagine that one day a refugee in a small white house in Francistown would become president of his country, close quote. He would then unleash his trademark, handsome and infectious smile and chortle. I surmise that this disposition on how an individual's life chances may unfold in the course of time is not alien to us, as each one of us has some narrative to tell regarding the hand of fate in our earthly and mortal existence. Since his untimely demise, the world has been awash with messages that epitomize this remarkable man as a distinguished servant of the people, a liberation struggle icon, the pillar and gatekeeper of the Namibian House. Dr. GEINGOB and I shared a common vision and an unwavering determination to achieve higher levels of development for our peoples. His remarkable statesmanship endeared him to many globally. He was a true Pan-Africanist and genuine believer in multilateralism. I recall with fond memory our numerous meetings and robust exchanges on the challenges facing our people and our resolve to act in unity and solidarity to address the common challenges and achieve the goal of shared prosperity for our peoples. Our leaders' bilateral meeting, which was meant to have been held in January in Gaborone this year, remains postponed, as in his words, and I open quote, because I'm an unwell young man, but we will meet later after my recovery, close quote. President GEINGOB will be remembered for the 2023 bilateral agreement to allow citizens of Botswana and Namibia to use their national identity cards to cross the border between our two countries. I deeply valued President GEINGOB's support as a senior statesman, a confidant, and trustworthy partner in building the extraordinary partnership our two countries and people enjoy today. We are all the better for having been touched by President GEINGOB's influence and huge sacrifices. My confidence is firm that our two countries and people will leverage on the solid foundation built by Dr. GEINGOB for us to broaden and deepen our relations and strong bonds of friendship that subsist between our countries and people. I thank Monica GEINGOB and family for sharing and supporting him to the very end. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Masisi, for that tribute. I would now like to invite His Excellency General Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. Your Excellency.
In the name of God, Your Excellency Nangolo Mpumba, President of Namibia, Your Excellency Monica Geingob, former First Lady of Namibia, dear sister, Your Excellency, Head of State and Government, and the Head of Delegation present here, Your Excellency, former President of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, our protocol observed, dear sister and brothers, Namibians. I am here with my wife on behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Burundi to express our deep sorrow and heartfelt sympathy to the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia and the family of His Excellency HAGE GEINGOB, particularly to Her Excellency Monica Geingob's former First Lady. A baobab has fallen. I stand here to pay tribute to this great statesman, a liberation struggle icon, a freedom fighter, a comrade of all African freedom fighters, and a true Pan-Africanist. We Burundians will always remember His Excellency HAGE GEINGOB as one of the Africa's greatest statesmen who has earned his place in history as a champion of democracy, freedom, equality, human rights, and reconciliation, not only in Namibia, but also with the African continent and beyond. We draw inspiration from Mr. HAGE Geingob's lifelong and selfless dedication and effort to promote a culture of peace, harmony, and reconciliation among people as a legacy of inspiration of Burundi. That is why, Your Excellency, President of Namibia, dear brothers and sisters from Namibia, you can be assured that Burundians' thoughts and prayers are with you in your grief. May the soul of our dear comrade HAGE GEINGOB rest in eternal peace. Thank you. May God bless the people of Namibia.
invite His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency.
Excellences, Monsieur Nangolo Mbumba, Président de la République de Namibie, distinguée Première Dame, Madame Monica Gengos, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Messieurs les anciens chefs d'État, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers peuples namibiens.
Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia, Excellency, First Lady, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Head of State and of Government, distinguished invitees, the people of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen.
C'est avec une grande tristesse et un profond émoi que j'apprenais le 4 février dernier le décès de mon regretté homologue et cher frère, son Excellence Dr Hage Gottfried GEINGOB, à l'âge de 82 ans.
It was with big sadness and big emotions that I learned on the 4th of February 2024 the passing of my regretted brother, President Hage GEINGOB, who we are crying today.
Défenseur invétéré de la République de Namibie et de son peuple, l'Afrique et le monde pleurent ce jour un grand combattant de la liberté qui a eu à servir et à honorer avec bravoure et dignité sa patrie. Défenseur invétéré.
Invertebrated defender of the Republic of Namibia and of his people, Africa and the world cry today a great combatant of freedom who has served and honored with bravery and dignity his patrie.
En effet, le président Hage GEINGOB fait partie de ces grands hommes qui, très jeunes et au prix de nombreux sacrifices, dont un exil de près de 30 années loin de sa mère patrie, ont fait de la justice et du bien-être du plus grand nombre un objectif.
Indeed, President Hage GEINGOB belongs to great men since his young age and in the price of a lot of sacrifices, including the exile for about 30 years far from his motherland, who actually fought for justice and the well-being of the great number, and that was his leitmotiv.
Tout Premier ministre de la République de Namibie à l'indépendance, puis président de la République à partir de 2015, le Dr GEINGOB aura marqué d'une empreinte indélébile la destinée de tout un peuple et inspiré bien des leaders par sa vision d'une Namibie harmonieuse et prospère, mais aussi par son combat pour une Afrique intégrée, développée et mieux représentée, notamment dans le concert des nations.
He was the first Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia at its independence, then President of the Republic from 2015. Dr. GEINGOB marks the destiny of the whole people and inspired many leaders by his vision of an harmonious Namibia and prosperous one, but also for his fight for an integrated Africa, developed one, and moreover represented in the nations, among the nations.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Namibie, cher peuple namibien, aux larmes versées depuis le 4 février 2024 et à l'annonce de la disparition du défunt, j'aimerais que se substitue ce jour le souvenir du sourire enjoué de celui que nous portons aujourd'hui en sa dernière demeure et que soit célébrée la vie, la vision ainsi que les valeurs qu'ont pu transcender le président HAGE GEINGOB tout au long de son existence et qui se caractériseront pour l'éternité.
Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia and dear people of Namibia, toward or up to the tears that we have shared since the 4th of February 2024, and after the announcement of the passing of the President GEINGOB, I would like you to substitute the remembrance of all the smiles that you got from him that brought us today and help him to go toward his last house. And then we would like to celebrate his life, his vision, as well as the values that went beyond his life during his existence that will be characterized by eternity.
En effet, nous garderons le souvenir impérissable de ce vaillant homme d'État, héros de l'indépendance namibienne et de la lutte contre l'apartheid, Dr. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB, grand leader panafricain.
Indeed, we will always remember this imperishable great man, that hero of the independence of Namibia, and then the one who fought for apartheid, Dr. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB, great Pan-Africanist leader.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Namibie, distinguée Madame Monica Gangos, chère famille, cher peuple namibien, veuillez ici recevoir au nom du peuple congolais et au mien propre mes condoléances les plus attristées ainsi que l'expression de ma profonde sympathie.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia, distinguished Madam Monica Gengos, dear family, dear people of Namibia, may you receive today in the name of the Congolese people and in my own name all the sad condolences as well as the expression of my profound sympathy.
À la famille éplorée et particulièrement à vous, distinguée Première Dame, Madame Monica Gengos, puisse le souvenir du combat mené par votre très cher époux pour l'avènement d'une Namibie égalitaire et la dévotion ainsi que l'amour inconditionnel qu'il vous a porté à vous, à vos enfants et à la patrie, constituer le terreau de votre consolation.
To the bereaved family, and particularly to you, distinguished First Lady, Madame Monica Gengos, may the remembrance of his struggle goes or done by your dear spouse for the upcoming of the equal Namibia, as well as the devotion and the love, unconditional love that he has given you and to your children, may this constitute a way of consolation for you.
Enfin, je ne saurais clore mon propos sans vous souhaiter, Excellence Monsieur Nangolo Mbumba, cher frère et président de la République, tous mes vœux de succès et de réussite dans l'exercice de vos nouvelles fonctions ainsi que vous rassurer du soutien de mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, dans cette terrible épreuve.
At the end, I cannot close my speech without wishing you, Your Excellency, Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, dear brother and President of the Republic, all my wishes for success in the exercise of your new duties. I would like to reassure you of the support of my country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, during this sad event.
Puisse Dieu bénir la République de Namibie et son peuple. Puisses-tu, cher frère, Dr HAGE GEINGOB, reposer en paix. Je vous remercie.
May God bless the Republic of Namibia and its people. May you, dear brother, Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, for that tribute. I now invite Her Excellency Madame Sahle-Work Zewde, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba and Madam, former First Lady and my dear sister Monica Gengos, the family of the late President, Excellencies, the first and second President of Namibia, Excellencies, heads of state and government, fellow Namibians. On behalf of the government and the people of Ethiopia, and indeed on my own, I would like to extend our sincere, heartfelt condolences to the family of President GEINGOB, to the government and people of this brotherly country. We stand with you in sorrow. Moments such as this takes us back the memory lane. Late President GEINGOB fought for the independence of his country, the rights and well-being of his people, putting in many occasions his own life in danger. He amplified the voices of liberty of Namibians. He fought the fight worth fighting. Indeed, he fought the good fight. This is what makes a person with vision and leadership skills a giant, a hero. Last year in February, we inaugurated together the new embassy in of Namibia in Addis Ababa. This is essentially what he said. I am going to borrow his own speech. Ethiopia and Namibia's relations date back to the 1960s, long before Namibia's independence, when Ethiopia and Liberia, the only African countries member of the League of Nations, took the case of independence for the then Southwest Africa to the International Court of Justice, challenging the continuous presence of South Africa in Namibia. Disappointedly, the court ruled in favor of the apartheid South Africa. President GEINGOB just said, "We sought justice, but were served injustice." But Ethiopia didn't relent. The successive governments of my country continued to provide diplomatic and political support to SWAPO while giving military training to its combatants as well as pilot trainings. In fact, it was on board Ethiopian Airlines flight with an Ethiopian pilot and Namibian pilots trained in Ethiopia that the first president of this country, His Excellency Sam Nujoma, returned to his country. Late President GEINGOB told us the role he played in this as well. Because no country will be independent enough if Africa is not totally free from colonialism. That was the clear position of the leader. I have been knowing President GEINGOB for a long time. He had this remarkable ability to easily connect with everyone he met. His legacy will live for generations to come. This is a life to celebrate, as we should celebrate those who fought for the total independence and liberation of our continent, especially those who are still alive. It is for us to play a positive role in the life of our countries and our continent. The bond that was established before independence between our two countries will continue to shape our current relations. That's what he told us last year. We are committed to take it to a higher level. We will miss President GEINGOB in Addis Ababa, which we used to see him every year. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Zewde of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland.
Your Excellency, President Mumba, Your Excellency, Founding President Dr. Nujoma, Your Excellency, Second President Dr. Boamba, Madam Monica GEINGOB, representatives of the Namibian government and people, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have gathered here to honor the legacy of President Hage Gottfried GEINGOB, a great Namibian, a great African, a remarkable statesman, and a citizen of the world. President GEINGOB left a strong legacy. We came to know him as a determined statesman who dedicated his entire life to freedom and nation building in Namibia. He also left a legacy of close friendship with Finland. This friendship is built on a solid foundation of over 150 years of shared history, but it also rests on strong bonds between individuals. A notable example is the bond between President GEINGOB and the late Finnish President and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Martti Ahtisaari. Both were instrumental in the Namibian independence process. Both loved this country very deeply. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past year, I had the privilege of getting to know HAGE GEINGOB personally. At his invitation, I made a state visit to Namibia in April. That visit left a deep impression on me. The heartfelt hospitality and friendliness of the Namibian people and the inspiring exchanges I had with HAGE. We shared thoughts and ideas on peace, equality, and the importance of multilateralism. Physically, of course, our countries are thousands of miles apart. Still, maybe due to history, maybe something else, we connected. We consider it as a good example for others. The last beautiful manifestation of the friendship between our nations at the highest level was President GEINGOB's and Madame GEINGOB's attendance at the funeral of Martti Ahtisaari in November. Symbolically, at the service, Bible passages were read in the Ndonga language. A friend wanted to pay tribute to his friend for the last time. I have today the same honor. As my term as President of Finland soon comes to a close, I promise to leave this legacy of friendship between Finland and Namibia to my successor. With these remarks, let me once again express my deepest sympathy with Mrs. Monika GEINGOB, the GEINGOB family, his community, and the government and nation of Namibia. Rest in peace, our friend, President HAGE GEINGOB.
Thank you very much, President Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland, for your tribute. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Frank Walter Steinmeier, President of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingos, Excellencies and colleagues, Namibians. Today we are assembled to bid farewell. Farewell to a great statesman who shaped the Republic of Namibia like no other. The presence of so many of us here today is a tribute to his unmatched achievements and his lasting legacy. In all of Africa and around the world, Hage Gottfried Geingob will be remembered for his fight to free this nation from the yoke of apartheid. Here in Namibia, he will be remembered for his instrumental role in crafting Namibia's constitution and steering its country towards democracy, stability, and prosperity. In Germany, however, in the hearts and minds of my compatriots, President Geingob will always be remembered for his courage to reach out to the German people over the dark abyss of our history. The atrocities committed by German troops during colonial rule that resulted in the genocide against the Ovaherero and Nama communities 120 years ago. The path of reconciliation that we embarked upon almost 10 years ago has not been an easy one, but together we have gone very far and we want to go further. When I talked to President Geingob for the last time, late last year, he told me that it was his wish to successfully conclude our joint declaration in order to bring the special relationship between our two countries to a new level. I'm here today to say my country remains committed to his legacy. We are committed to the path of reconciliation. And you know, reconciliation is not about closing the past. It is about taking responsibility for our past, and it is a commitment to a better future together. I hope I will be able to return to this country very soon and under different circumstances because I'm convinced that it is time to tender an apology to the Namibian people. Ladies and gentlemen, my only regret is that our friend, the great President Geingob, will not be there to bring the process he started to an end. And again, I bow my head to Hage Geingob, a brilliant leader of the land of the brave. We share the grief of the Namibian nation and his family. My colleague, partner, and friend, rest in peace. Thank you.
For that tribute. Now, Before I invite the next speaker, I would like to acknowledge the First Lady of Malawi, Madam Monica Chakwera. You are welcome, Madam. And now I have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, to present his tribute.
Your Excellency Dr. Nangola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Chief Mourner, Your Excellency Madam Monica Gengos, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, and the bereaved family, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, all Namibians everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. From all over the world, we have come to one of Africa's greatest nations to escort one of Africa's greatest sons on his greatest journey home. From all over the world, we have been summoned here by the sound of 2.5 million Namibian hearts breaking from the passing of a national father. We have been summoned here by the sobering sight of the glass chamber of a Namibian gun carriage taking the remains of a great Namibian soldier from State House to Hendrik Witbooi, from Moses Gareb to Katutura, from Casa Rosaria to Parliament Gardens, from Independence Avenue to Independence Stadium, before this hero comes to rest where heroes belong. From all over the world, we have felt the river flowing, a river of Namibian tears. The tears of Zambezi and Kalahari, tears of Kavango and Kunene, tears of Erongo and Comas, the tears of Omusati and Oshkoto, the tears of Mahehe and Okakwena, the tears of Hadap and also Jupa, the tears of Oshana and Karas. Late President GEINGOB was no ordinary man. And because he went all over the world sowing the seeds of freedom, peace and prosperity for Namibia and Africa, we have come from all over the world to mourn the passing of this great man, whose gravitas in life can only be matched by our grief in his death. In the 3.5 years that I got to know him and work with him, I found in him an elder brother, a wise counselor, a brave warrior, a true statesman, and a dear friend. So as Malawi mourns with you, President Angola Mbumba, as Malawi mourns with you, Madam Monica Gengos and family, as Malawi mourns with you, government of Namibia, as Malawi mourns with you, people of Namibia, may God himself comfort you and wipe your tears. And just as the golden sun rises on the Namibian flag, and the red sun rises on the Malawian flag, may God himself be the sun that rises upon you to birth a new dawn of unity from this dark night of pain. Malawi mourns with you, Namibia, and you can rest assured that anytime anyone says that late President GEINGOB was a great freedom fighter, a great statesman, a great thinker, a great president, and a great Pan-Africanist, Malawi will be the first to say amen and amen. May his soul rest in peace.
Your Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, for that tribute. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Philippe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Sua Excelência Nangolo Mbumba, Presidente da República de Namíbia, esposa.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and spouse.
Vamos falar muito. Querida irmã, antiga primeira-dama Monica GEINGOB, senhores Excelências, chefes de Estados e Governos, respeitados antigos presidentes da República de Namíbia, irmãs e irmãos namibianos, minhas senhoras e meus senhores.
My dear sister Monica Gengos, dear former presidents of the Republic of Namibia, respected heads of state and government, and former heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, people of Namibia.
Os 30 milhões de moçambicanos estão acometidos por um sentimento de profunda dor e consternação pela súbita partida à eternidade de Sua Excelência HAGE Godfrey GEINGOB, terceiro presidente da Namíbia, nosso irmão e nosso amigo.
The 30 millions of Mozambicans today are overwhelmed by deep sorrow for the untimely demise to eternity
of His Excellency Hage Godfrey GEINGOB, the third President of Namibia.
De Moçambique, trazemos os votos de simpatia, amizade e solidariedade do nosso povo e governo para o povo, irmão e governo da Namíbia, por esta perda irreparável.
From Mozambique, we have come to convey wishes of friendship, solidarity, and sympathy from our people and government to the people and government of Namibia for this great loss.
Viemos prestar uma merecida homenagem ao legado do então jovem professor de Ojuarongo, que nos princípios da década 60 liderava protestos contra o sistema discriminatório de educação bantu.
We've come to pay the deserved homage to the legacy of the then young teacher of Ojuarongo, who in the early 60s led protests against the discriminatory Bantu education system.
Os moçambicanos são eternamente gratos ao presidente GEINGOB, continuador do presidente Samuel Joma e do presidente Ipuamba, líder bastante solidário e preocupado com a situação de segurança, estabilidade e prosperidade dos países da região, em particular do nosso país.
The Mozambicans will remain forever grateful to President GEINGOB, the successor of President Hifikepunye Pohamba, and President Sam Nujoma, a leader of high values of solidarity and always concerned with the security, stability and prosperity of the countries of the region and of our country in particular.
Enquanto presidente da SADC e da troika do órgão, o presidente GEINGOB incentivou o processo de diálogo para a paz em Moçambique, que culminou com a assinatura em Maputo do Acordo de Paz e Reconciliação Nacional em 6 de agosto de 2019, numa cerimônia em que ele fez questão de presenciar pessoalmente.
As SADC chairperson and Organ Troika chairperson, President GEINGOB encouraged the process of dialogue for peace in Mozambique that culminated with the signing of the Peace and Reconciliation Agreement in Maputo on 6 August 2019 at a ceremony where he felt it was his duty to attend personally.
Eu posso contar um episódio. O presidente GEINGOB era homem alegre e de humor positivo. Quando assinei o acordo de paz com o líder da oposição, o GEINGOB veio junto de nós os dois assinantes e disse: se vocês desfizerem este acordo e voltarem entre irmãos a lutar, chame a nós todos de novo e depois digam isso em nossa frente.
I would like to recall an episode. President GEINGOB was a man of good humor, a very positive humor. And as we were signing the peace agreement with the leader of the opposition, he said to us, well, you are now signing this agreement, but if you ever go back to fighting, please call us so that we bear testimony of what you are doing again.
O seu papel ao nível da SADC foi decisivo no envio da missão da SADC em Moçambique, SAMIM, para apoiar as nossas forças de defesa e segurança empenhadas no combate ao terrorismo na província nortenha de Cabo Delgado.
His role at the SADC level was decisive for the deployment of the SADC mission in Mozambique, SAMIM, to support our defense and security forces engaged in the fight on terrorism in the northern province of Cabo Delgado.
Caro irmão e amigo HAGE, não te diremos adeus, porque tu és herói da dimensão do povo.
Dear brother and my friend Hage GEINGOB, we do not accept to bid farewell to you because you are the hero of the people.
Os heróis não morrem. Entregaremos o teu corpo à terra, mas os teus ideais, a tua visão e a tua determinação continuarão a servir de fonte de inspiração na construção de um mundo de paz, justiça e próspero, pelo qual dedicaste toda a tua vida.
Heroes never die. We will surrender your body to the soil, but your ideals, your determination and vision will remain the source of inspiration to building a world of justice, peace and prosperity, for which you devoted your entire life.
Aqui e agora, curvados diante do teu corpo, cumprimos o dever de te prestar um tributo de reconhecimento e a homenagem que tanto mereces.
Here and now, we bow our heads before your body to fulfill the duty of paying tribute of recognition to you as so much deserved homage.
Ao nosso irmão, Sua Excelência Nangolo Mbumba, a quem incumbe dar continuidade à obra do presidente GEINGOB, reafirmamos a nossa elevada consideração, estima pessoal e apoio pleno na nobre missão de liderar a República de Namíbia, guiado pelos princípios e valores funcionais desta nação, sob o vosso lema da unidade, liberdade e justiça.
To our brother, His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, on whose shoulders the continuity of the work of President GEINGOB rests, we reaffirm our highest consideration, personal esteem, and full support in the noble duty of leading the Republic of Namibia, guided by the same founding principles and values of this nation under your motto of unity, freedom, and justice.
A família enlutada, a senhora Mônica GEINGOB, minha irmã e amiga da nossa família, aos filhos e demais familiares, ao povo da Namíbia em geral, em nome dos moçambicanos, do meu governo, da minha esposa e no meu próprio, reiteramos os sentimentos de pesar por esta perda, bem como votos de consolo dos moçambicanos e certamente de todos os povos irmãos da África Austral e do continente.
To the bereaved family, to Madam Monica Gengos, my sister and friend of our family, to the children and other family members, and to the people of Namibia at large, on behalf of the Mozambicans, my government and my spouse, and indeed on my own behalf, we extend our heartfelt condolences for this loss as well as wishes of solace.
Que a alma do presidente HAGE GEINGOB descanse em paz.
May the soul of President HAGE GEINGOB rest in eternal peace.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Nyusi of the Republic of Mozambique, for the tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, my brother, the President of Namibia, and your dear wife, Madam Monica Gengos, and your family, and children, Your Excellency, Madam Vice President of Namibia, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and the head of delegations, I bring you solemn greetings from the people of Kenya and profound condolences on the demise of our brother, the President of Namibia, President HAGE GEINGOB. I learned of his demise with shock. And the first thing I did was to pick my phone and call the Vice President, who we were colleagues before. And I passed my condolences and those of the people of Kenya to him. Today, I join you on behalf of the people of Kenya and government of Kenya on this solemn send-off of our brother, the President of Namibia. President GEINGOB was a great freedom fighter. He was an accomplished scholar and the architect of the Namibian Constitution that has given this country great stability. President GEINGOB was a passionate leader and the third president of Namibia, and he stood tall as a Pan-Africanist who believed in the unity of our continent. We know that President GEINGOB believed that independence is a project and work in progress. We must work hard on this independent and freedom project, especially now, so that we can liberate, not just for independence sake, but we can liberate our economies saddled with debt, liberate our young people trapped in unemployment. These are principles President GEINGOB worked so hard to achieve. Inspired by his spirit of Pan-Africanism, those of us in SADC, in EAC, in COMESA, and all of us as members of the Africa Union, we must work together to make sure that we execute the reform of the international financial architecture so that we can liberate our economies from debt, so that we can demand that as nations, we are not profiled negatively, we are not profiled unfairly, that together again, we must demand responsible sovereign lending that ensures that our countries have resources, concessional resources, that can help us position our continent as the epicenter of the next industrial revolution. Together, as a continent, believing in what President GEINGOB believed in, we must stand together with one voice to reform our Africa Union, to make it fit for purpose, so that we can march into the future as the epicenter of green manufacturing, position ourselves with our resources, enormous resources, the enormous energy resources, agricultural potential, mineral, and natural resources that we have. We cannot certainly be a continent defined by poverty. We must be a continent defined by opportunity, by potential, and by investment. That is what President GEINGOB believed in. I will miss my brother GEINGOB next month in April when we convene. And I have invited my brothers from this continent for us to have a candid conversation with our development brothers and sisters, with the donor community, under the IDA 21 replenishment framework with the World Bank, so that we can have a proper positioning of our continent and claim our place as a continent of potential, opportunity, and investment. My brother, Nangolo Mbumba, you're fitting into the big shoes of our departed brother. We believe that you have what it takes, and you can count on the support of Kenya as you take the reins of leadership in your great country. Mama Monica, you were a great pillar of our brother. You have our prayers, you and your children, as you face the future. And we stand in solidarity with you and your family, and to all the people of Namibia. May GEINGOB's soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Excellency President Ruto, for that tribute. I would like to recognize the presence of Nuncio Dario Pavisa, representative of the Holy See. I would then proceed to call on Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to present her tribute. Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica GEINGOB, widow of the late President HAGE GEINGOB, Excellencies, heads of state and government here present, fellow mourners. Allow me to convey Our deepest condolences and sympathies to you, President Nangolo Mbumba, and the brotherly people of the Republic of Namibia, following the passing of our dear brother and friend, President HAGE GEINGOB. Our deepest condolences to Madam Monica GEINGOB, the entire GEINGOB family, for losing a part of their own, a husband, a father, a grandfather, and a brother. Fellow mourners, I'm here to bid farewell to a man I consider an elder brother and a mentor. I recall his generosity during my last visit to Namibia, when he personally, accompanied by his wife, my sister Monica, welcomed me at the airport and found time for a candid conversation concerning the political development and security situation of our region, SADC. His bass voice and relished laughter still resonate in my ears. It feels like, just like yesterday, when we used to sit together at the AU and chat away on several SADC stands. His wise counsel, resolute determination, and devotion will surely be missed, but his memories will live on. We vividly recall how, as SWAPO's representative to the UN, he worked with the then Tanzanian permanent representative, Honorable John Malechela, and other African diplomats to make the case for Namibian independence at the United Nations. His Pan-Africanist nature formed the cornerstone of his presidency, and through his support, we opened a High Commission in Windhoek, which has further solidified our relations. Today, we are here not to mourn this gallant son of Africa, but to celebrate a life well lived, which gave cause to the prosperous Namibia, and we are witnessing today and renewed hope to Africa. Dear Namibian sisters and brothers, the immense loss is our loss. We share your grief and sorrow. To Madam Monica GEINGOB and the bereaved family, we pray that Almighty God grant you solace, courage, and fortitude. I also wish to leave you with the words of Isaiah 14:10, which reminds us of God's promise to strengthen. May the soul of our beloved brother, HAGE GEINGOB, rest in eternal peace. Amen. To my brother, President Nangolo Mbumba, Tanzania assures you of our continued support and cooperation, and we strongly believe that under your able stewardship, Namibia is in safe hands. I thank you. Thank you very much. Excellency Dr. Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for your tribute. I now invite His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency, my dear brother, President Nangolo Mbumba, and Madam, Your Excellency, Mrs. GEINGOB, and the bereaved family of our dear brother GEINGOB, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, honorable ministers who may be here, distinguished guests, my dear fellow mourners, comrades, and friends, it is with a heavy heart that I join you, Your Excellency, dear brother, President Mbumba, the government and the people of Namibia, and members of SWAPO party, along with distinguished guests, as we mourn the passing on of a gallant son of Africa, a revolutionary, a comrade and a guerrilla, His Excellency Dr. HAGE GEINGOB. This is indeed a great loss that has befallen the Republic of Namibia, befallen to SADC region, and befallen to the African continent in general. On behalf of my partisan PF, the government and the people of Zimbabwe, my family, and on my own behalf, I extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences to Mrs. GEINGOB, the GEINGOB family, the SWAPO party, the government, and indeed the people of Namibia. The late dear brother Dr. GEINGOB was a loyal, dependent friend and an ally to Zimbabwe, a revolutionary by excellence. At various international fora, such as the United Nations, my late brother, Dr. GEINGOB, consistently and fiercely called for the unconditional removal of the unilateral illegal sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe by some Western countries. In Zimbabwe, we shall also fondly remember the late dear brother, President GEINGOB, for having worked tirelessly to consolidate the long-standing and excellent relations that exist between our two countries. I recall that during my state visit to this great country in 2019, my dear brother, late President GEINGOB, and I resolved to upgrade our relations to the level of a binational commission to further deepen and comprehensive multi-pronged scope of cooperation. The late President GEINGOB was a liberation hero and a visionary statesman who wholeheartedly served his people with utmost distinction. He was a pragmatic leader who believed in and worked for the economic empowerment of the people of Namibia and those of our region in SADC as a whole. He championed the values of Pan-Africanism and the emancipation for the peoples of Africa in general. He was a staunch defender of African independence, African freedom, African democracy, and non-interference in our internal affairs as sovereign states. He bequeathed to us and posterity an indelible legacy which we must preserve and hand down to successful young generations, particularly his unwavering commitment to justice, African dignity, solidarity, and equality. I would like to mention that I feel very, very humbled to see the founding father of the nation of Namibia and the second president, both President Myoma and Pohamba. These are revolutionaries, per excellency, who spent their lives in the armed struggle for us to have independence. Congratulations, I've seen them. We in this region, SADC, we understand the importance of food security and sovereignty and robust educational systems as critical anchors to the dignity of our people and the sustainable development of our African continent. The burden of developing our countries is upon us. No one will develop our respective countries. It's ourselves. So we must cooperate in the task and burden to develop our countries. And my little brother, President GEINGOB, was an ardent teacher and a philosopher that African countries must have the dignity to develop their countries themselves because it is ours. No one from elsewhere would come and develop our respective countries. We must rule our countries ourselves with our domestic wisdom. I join Namibia in saying goodbye to an icon, a revolutionary, a gorilla, Dr. GEINGOB, a great son of Africa and a son of the soil, whose impact transcended geographical boundaries and borders. In his memory and honor of his legacy, let us use this solemn occasion to recommit ourselves to continue building and modernizing our respective nations for a higher quality of life for our peoples of our region and Africa in general. May his dear soul rest in eternal peace. To you, my dear brother, President Mumba, I wish you and the people of Namibia successful elections later this year. You yourself, I'm happy that you are also a guerrilla. You are revolutionary and shall enjoy the support of ZANU-PF and the government of Zimbabwe. We are confident that your country will continue to entrench the democratic legacy of the late Dr. HAGE GEINGOB and other founding fathers who are here to guide you as you go into the future of this great nation, the land of the brave. Namibia has assured of Zimbabwe's unwavering support and solidarity in the march to develop and modernize and industrialize our motherland. God bless you all. I thank you.
Much, Your Excellency, President Mnangagwa, for that tribute. I now invite the Right Honorable Sam Matekane, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho.
President Nangolo Mbumba and the Chief Monarch, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present here, former President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica GEINGOB, and members of the family of former President Dr. HAGE GEINGOB. Distinguished guests, we are in Namibia today in these great numbers because a hero has fallen, a true son of the African soil, a freedom fighter and indeed a distinguished leader in our region is no more. Words cannot describe the depth of our grief and the pain that this untimely death has occasioned. We in Lesotho held President GEINGOB in the highest esteem. When I assumed office as Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, President GEINGOB was the first head of state that I paid a courtesy call on. I shall forever cherish his warm welcome, good sense of humor, guidance at all times, and words of wisdom that you would always share with me. Though on the one hand, we mourn his loss, on the other hand, we should also thank God for having given us a leader of this caliber during these difficult times. He dedicated his life to the Namibian nation, SADC, the entire African continent, as well as the world at large. The legacy that he leaves behind of selfless love for humanity, sacrifice for his people, high moral standards, and dedication to peace and security should continue to inspire us to work for a better life for all. On behalf of His Majesty King Letsie III, the government and the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I wish to convey to you, Madam Monica and the GEINGOB family, Your Excellency President Mbumba, the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia, our sincere and heartfelt condolences. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for your tribute. I would like to invite His Excellency Theodora Ngwema Obein Manwe, Vice President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea.
Excellencies, distinguished Namibian people, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea and its President, His Excellency Obiang Mbasogo, Head of State and Government, the delegation of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea join me in expressing our deep pain and dismay at the sad event of the death of His Excellency HAGE GEINGOB, President of the Republic of Namibia. Therefore, we convey our deepest condolences to the government and people of Republic of Namibia. We want to reiterate the expression of our deepest condolences for such an inestimable loss in this moment of deep pain of his entire family, to whom we convey our feeling of support and solidarity. His Excellency HAGE GEINGOB was a prominent Pan-Africanist and faithful defender of the value of unity and solidarity of the African Union. And as the son of Africa, immense in its struggle against colonialism and apartheid. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Comrade Nangolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, we are making progress. However, before I invite the next speaker, I would like to appeal to my fellow mourners on the other side to please bear with us. We will be done very soon, but please pay attention to the messages we are receiving. We must extend the courtesy our international guests deserve. So please, my countrymen and women, listen to what we are saying and just lower your voices, please. I would like to invite His Excellency Christian Ndese, Prime Minister of the Republic of Madagascar. Your Excellency.
Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madame Monica Gengos, former First Lady, and the entire bereaved family, Your Excellencies, aides of state and government, dear people of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to honor the memory of His Excellency, the late President HAGE GEINGOB, a towering figure in the fight for liberation in our region. President GEINGOB was not just a leader, he was an hero. President GEINGOB's legacy of patriotism and Pan-Africanism serves as a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who strive for justice and freedom. He will forever inspire generations to come. His unwavering dedication to the Namibian people leaves an indelible mark on our hearts. On behalf of His Excellency André Joël, President of the Republic of Madagascar, our government, and the Malagasy people, I extend our heartfelt condolences to President GEINGOB's family and the people of Namibia. In this moment of mourning, our thoughts and prayers are with you. May the enduring spirit of President GEINGOB continue to guide and uplift Namibia as it moves forward. Madagascar holds a deep respect for its relationship with Namibia. The history of Madagascar-Namibia relations is rooted in our common struggle against apartheid in Southwest Africa. Madagascar provided refuge to SWAPO activists and hosted an ANC bureau demonstrating unwavering support for the liberation movement. Our nation shares a bond forged in the fight for freedom and justice. Our shared history, our solidarity within regional and continental frameworks underscored our commitment to mutual progress and prosperity. In closing, let us honor President HAGE GEINGOB's memory by recommitting ourselves to the ideals of unity, peace, and development. May his strong legacy serve as a guiding light for the future generation. My soul, rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite the Right Honorable Edward Ngirente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. Right Honorable.
Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, family members of our departed friend, former President Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, dear people of the Republic of Namibia, distinguished guests. Today, we come together to honor a true champion of Africa's liberation struggle and celebrate the remarkable life of a statesman who served his great nation of Namibia. Allow me, on behalf of His Excellency President Paul Kagame, the people and the government of the Republic of Rwanda, to extend our sincere condolences and deepest sympathy to the family and the people and the government of Namibia. As we mourn this great loss, we reflect on the remarkable tenure of Dr. HAGE GEINGOB as the President of Namibia, as well as the indelible mark he has left on our continent. His quest for freedom and justice inspired generations across Africa and beyond. His legacy will forever be etched in the hearts of those who strive for self-determination and dignity. Rwanda will always remember his contributions to the excellent and brotherly relationship between our two countries. I wish to take this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to continue strengthen this strong foundation of friendship and cooperation. As we pay our last respect to a beloved leader, I assure you that Rwanda stands in solidarity with the family of the President Genbo and with the government and the people of Namibia. May the legacy of the President Gengo live on for generations to come, and may so rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Brahim Bogali, President of the People's National Assembly of the Democratic People's Republic of Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية، فخامة نائبة رئيس الجمهورية، عائلة الفقيد، فقيد إفريقيا، قاطبة فخامة السادة الرؤساء السابقون لجمهورية ناميبيا، فخامة السادة رؤساء الدول الحكومات وممثلي الدول الأجنبية الحاضرين معنا اليوم، الجمع الكريم مع مراعاة كل المقامات.
Your Excellency, Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Madam Netembo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellencies, former Presidents of Namibia, bereaved family of Son of Africa, Excellencies, Heads of States, and government's honorable audience, all protocols observed.
وجودي معكم اليوم ممثلا للسيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون يعد فرصة لأعبر لكم شخصيا عن بالغ الحزن وعميق التأثر الذي ألم بنا في الجزائر حكومة وشعبا لفقدان الأخ العزيز الرئيس الراحل جينغوب رئيس جمهورية ناميبيا الشقيقة، وليقدم لكم سيادة الرئيس ومن خلالكم إلى الحكومة والشعب الناميبيين خالص التعازي وعميق المواساة على إثر هذا المصاب الجلل، معبرا لكم عن خالص تضامننا وتعاطفنا معكم في هذه المحنة الأليمة التي نحن متيقنون تمام اليقين بأن شعب ناميبيا الشقيق سيتجاوزها بسلام ليواصل تحقيق مزيد من التقدم والرفاه.
I'm here today representing His Excellency Mr. Abdelmadjid Tebboune, President of the Republic. On behalf of the Algerian government and people, I extend to you, Mr. President, and to the people of Namibia my sincere condolences and heartfelt sympathy for the passing of our dear brother, late President Dr. HAGE GEINGOB. Algeria stands with you in sorrow. We are confident that our Namibian brothers will overcome these difficult times to continue their path towards prosperity.
فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية نقول مبوما الحضور الكريم، إن رحيل هذا الرمز الوطني والإفريقي وهذا المناضل الفذ الذي أفنى حياته في خدمة وطنه ناميبيا خلال كفاحها الثوري التحرري وكذا خلال مرحلة بنائها وتشييدها الوطنيين، المتميز أيضا بوقوفه الدائم إلى جانب الشعوب المستضعفة في دعم حقها في الحرية والكرامة، المؤمن بإفريقيا قوية ومتضامنة والداعم لحقها المشروع في التقدم والرفاه، لا يعد خسارة كبيرة ليس لناميبيا فحسب بل إفريقيا قاطبة وفاجعة مؤلمة، نسأل الله أن يعيننا جميعا على تجاوزها.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the passing of this great man, this fighter, is a tremendous loss for not only Namibia, but for all Africans, because he was a national and African iconic figure. He dedicated his life to serve Namibia during the independence struggle and for building Namibia after liberation. He stood for the rights of all oppressed people. He was a powerful voice for unity, dignity, prosperity in Africa.
السيد الرئيس الجمع الكريم، نودع اليوم معكم بألم وحسرة كبيرين أحد الرجالات الذين ساهموا بإخلاص في تعزيز وتوطيد العلاقات التاريخية المتميزة بين بلدينا الشقيقين والتي تمتد جذورها إلى مرحلة الكفاح التحرري للشعب الناميبي الشقيق، حيث كان لبلاد الشرف في دعم الكفاح الباسل بكل الوسائل السياسية والعسكرية والمادية الممكنة تلك اللحمة وذلك التقارب، لم يكن له إلا ليتوطأ أكثر فأكثر بعد نيل ناميبيا لاستقلالها من خلال تعزيز العلاقات الثنائية وتكثيف التعاون في كافة المجالات.
Mr. President, honorable audience, we mourn today the loss of this brave leader who worked and contributed to enhance Algerian-Namibian relations. My country has strongly supported by all means, militarily and politically, Namibia's struggle for independence. Those ties of friendship and brotherhood became even stronger after the independence.
فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية، السادة الحضور، أجدد لكم في الختام خالص التعازي وصادق المواساة باسم السيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون وباسم الدولة الجزائرية قاطبة، وليؤكد عن خالص تضامننا وتعاطفنا معكم في هذا المصاب بالجلل.
Mr. President, at this difficult time, on behalf of the President of the Republic and on behalf of the Algerian people and authorities, I convey to you once again and to my dear people of Namibia my sincere solidarity and sympathy.
دامت ناميبيا قوية مزدهرة، دامت الأخوة الجزائرية الناميبية للأبد. شكرا على كامل الإصغاء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Long live Namibia. Long live Algerian Namibian Brotherhood. Thank you. Peace be upon you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Esteban Lazo Hernandez, President of the Council of the State of the National Assembly of Popular Power from the Republic of Cuba.
Querido maestro de ceremonia, excelentísimo señor Nangolo Mbumba, presidente de la República de Namibia, excelentísimo señor doctor Sam Nujoma, padre fundador de la República de Namibia, excelentísimo señor Hifikepunye Pohamba, segundo presidente de la República de Namibia, excelencia, jefe de Estado y de Gobierno, jefe de delegaciones, excelentísima señora Mónica GEINGOB y su distinguida familia, querido pueblo de Namibia, con profundo dolor transmito la más sentida y sincera condolencia del Partido Comunista de Cuba, del líder de la revolución Raúl Castro Ruz, del presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel, del gobierno y el pueblo cubano, a la SUAPO y al gobierno y pueblo de la hermana República de Namibia en ocasión del fallecimiento de su tercer presidente, excelentísimo doctor HAGE GEINGOB, las cuales hago extensivas a sus familiares. En este momento de profundo dolor, permítame mencionar una frase del héroe nacional de Cuba, José Martí, y cito: la muerte no es verdad cuando se ha cumplido bien la obra de la vida. Fin de la cita. El querido compañero GEINGOB demostró con creces a lo largo de su fructífera existencia su vocación de sacrificio por su país y por otras causas justas en el mundo. Por eso Cuba, como país latinoafricano, celebra hoy junto a ustedes su extraordinaria vida. Despedimos a un indiscutible líder africano desde la inserción en 1990 de la Namibia independiente en el panorama político mundial. El doctor GEINGOB defendió con pasión el derecho de África suboccidental primero y de Namibia después a forjarse como nación independiente y soberana, y supo ponerse vehementemente al racismo y al oprobioso régimen del apartheid. Junto al padre fundador de la nación, Dr. Sam Nujoma, el fallecido líder contribuyó a cimentar la proyección internacional de Namibia, al ubicarla en el grupo de naciones africanas de vanguardia en defensa del desarrollo de los pueblos del tercer mundo y de África en particular por la igualdad y la justicia.
Director of Ceremony, His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, Founding Father of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, and Heads of Delegations. Her Excellency, Madam Monica Gengos, and her distinguished family. Dear people of Namibia, it's with deep sorrow that I send to you the most heartfelt and sincere condolences from Cuban Communist Party, from the leader of the revolution, Raúl Castro Ruz, from the President, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, and from the government and Cuban people, to SWAPO and to government and people of the sister Republic of Namibia, in occasion of the passing of his third president, His Excellency Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, which I extend to his family. In this moment of profound pain, allow me to evoke a phrase of Cuban national hero José Martí, and I quote, "Death is not true when the work of life has been well accomplished," end of the quote. Dear Comrade GEINGOB largely demonstrated throughout his fruitful life his calling of sacrifice for his country and for other just causes in the world. That's why Cuba, as a Latin African country, celebrates today with you his extraordinary life. On this day, we bid farewell to an indisputed African leader since he in 1990 accepted the independent Namibia in the international political scene. Dr. GEINGOB defended with passion the right of Southwest Africa and especially Namibia to forge as an independent sovereign nation, and he knew how to vehemently oppose to racism and to opprobrious apartheid regime. Along with founding father of the nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma, late leader, contributed to consolidate the international protection of Namibia, placing her in the group of African nations of avant-garde in defense of equality, justice, and development of the people of the Third World and Africa in particular.
Maestro de ceremonia, Cuba, situada a miles de kilómetros de Namibia, tenía la obligación moral de estar presente en esta despedida a uno de sus más fieles amigos en la tierra de los bravos, como reza en una estrofa del himno nacional de este hermoso país. Con especial afecto, él forjó una amistad perdurable con los principales líderes de la Revolución Cubana, en particular con el comandante en jefe Fidel Castro Ruz, con el líder de la Revolución Cubana, Raúl Castro Ruz, y en los años más recientes con el presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel. Como dirigente de la SWAPO, se desplazó en reiteradas ocasiones al frente de batalla en Angola, donde las Fuerzas Armadas Populares de Liberación de ese país, el Ejército Popular de Liberación de Namibia y las tropas internacionalistas cubanas lucharon contra el ejército sudafricano de aquel entonces. En fecha más reciente, y siendo presidente del país, el doctor GEINGOB pronunció en la Plaza de la Revolución de La Habana palabras muy sentidas en ocasión de las honras fúnebres del líder histórico de la Revolución Cubana, agradeciendo al pueblo cubano y en especial a Fidel por la liberación de Namibia. En recíproco y merecido gesto de gratitud, desde que se conoció de su deceso, Cuba ha rendido honores al compañero GEINGOB, quien, desde sus diferentes cargos políticos y gubernamentales, exhibió una postura valiente, firme, independiente y solidaria hacia la Revolución Cubana, en contra del cerco económico que nos ha sido impuesto por más de 60 años y también para paliar las consecuencias de fenómenos naturales y otros eventos adversos que nos han afectado, además de sus acciones en favor del bienestar de nuestro pueblo y por la consolidación de la cooperación bilateral en diferentes sectores.
Director of Ceremony, President Nangolo Mbumba, dignitaries, Cuba, located thousands of miles from Namibia, had the moral obligation of being present in this farewell to one of his most faithful friends in the land of the brave, as he says a verse of the national anthem of this beautiful country. With a special affection, he forged a friendship long-lasting with the main leaders of the revolution in Cuba, in particular with Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz, with the leader of the revolution, Raúl Castro Ruz, and in more recent years with the president, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. As a SWAPO leader, he traveled in several occasions to the battlefront in Angola, where the Popular Armed Forces for the Liberation of that country, the Popular Army of Liberation of Namibia, and the Cuban Internationalist troops were fighting against the South African Army at the time. In a more recent moment, and as a president, he pronounced in the Square of Revolution in Havana a very heartfelt words in occasion of the funeral service of the historical leader of the revolution, always grateful towards the Cuban people and especially towards Fidel for Namibia's liberation. In a reciprocal and well-deserved gesture of gratitude, since the very moment we knew of his passing, Cuba has rendered honors to Comrade GEINGOB, who from different political and governmental positions always showed a brave, firm, independent and solidary posture towards the Cuban Revolution and against the economic siege imposed to us for over 60 years. He did it also to reduce the consequences of natural disasters and other adverse events that has affected us, in addition to his actions in favor of the well-being of our people and in favor of the consolidation of bilateral cooperation in several areas.
La hermosa historia que unió el presidente GEINGOB con nuestro país le ha valido el calificativo de amigo entrañable del pueblo cubano y de su revolución, y por tanto, merecedor de las dos condecoraciones más importantes que otorga la República de Cuba. Primero, en 1995, siendo primer ministro, Fidel le impuso la Orden Carlos Manuel de Céspedes. Luego, en virtud del decreto presidencial número 452 del 1 de julio del 2022, el presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel le otorgó la Orden Nacional José Martí, distinción que no pudo recibir en vida y de la que soy portador para entregarle a su viuda de manera póstuma. Jamás olvidaremos a nuestros amigos y Namibia y GEINGOB han sabido serlo. Un baobab ha caído, pero su ejemplo se multiplicará en los jóvenes que encarnan el futuro y que harán de Namibia un mejor país como él lo soñó. Muchas gracias.
The beautiful history that brought President GEINGOB and our country together has earned him the title of enduring friend of the Cuban people and his revolution, and therefore worthy of the two most important decorations granted by our country. First, in 1995, while he was Prime Minister, Fidel bestowed him with the Order of Carlos Manuel de Céspedes. Then, in virtue of the Presidential Decree number 452 of July 1st, 2022, President Miguel Díaz-Canel bestowed with the Order of José Martí, a distinction he couldn't receive in life and of which I am bearer to deliver to his widow posthumously. We will never forget our friends, and Namibia and GEINGOB has been one of those friends. A baobab has fallen, but his example will multiply in the young people who embody the future and who will make of Namibia a better country as he dreamed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, compañero Hernandez, for your very beautiful delivery. Thank you. The next speaker will be His Excellency Zhang Zhoyun, Vice Chairperson of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference of the People's Republic of China, Your Excellency.
尊敬的摩本巴总统阁下，尊敬的各国和各国际地方组织领导人，各位贵宾、女士们、先生们
Your Excellency, President Ngolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and heads of international and regional organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
今夕戈根布总统不幸逝世，中国政府和人民深感悲痛。我作为习近平主席的特使，代表中国政府和人民，向纳米比亚政府和人民以及戈根布总统的亲属致以深切的哀悼和诚挚的慰问。
In shock and disbelief, we heard the heartbreaking news of the passing of President GEINGOB. The government and people of China are deeply saddened. As the special envoy of President Xi Jinping, and on behalf of the government and people of China, I want to extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the government and people of Namibia and President GEINGOB's family.
戈根布总统是纳米比亚杰出领导人，为纳米比亚独立解放和发展振兴做出了巨大贡献。过去近10年来，在戈根布总统领导下，纳米比亚社会稳定、经济发展、民生改善，各领域都取得了瞩目的成就。
President GEINGOB is an extraordinary statesman of Namibia who has made great contribution to the independence, liberation, and development of Namibia. In the last nearly 10 years, under the leadership of President GEINGOB, Namibia enjoyed a stable society, economic development, and the improvement of people's livelihood, with achievements for all to see in all sectors.
戈根布总统致力促进国际和地区和平与解放事业，深受非洲和国际社会的尊重。在他的领导下，纳米比亚高举放非主义旗帜，积极推动非洲团结和一体化建设，在国际事务中坚持公道立场，捍卫国际公平和正义。
President GEINGOB is committed to promoting international and regional peace and development, and is deeply respected by Africa and the international community. Under His Excellency's leadership, Namibia held high the banner of Pan-Africanism, actively promoted solidarity and integration of Africa. And on international affairs, it always safeguarded international justice and fairness.
戈根布总统是中国人民的好朋友，他生前高度重视发展对华关系，曾 多次访华，推动中纳全面战略合作伙伴关系深入发展，为促进中纳中非友谊倾注了大量心血，做出了重要贡献。
President GEINGOB is a great friend of the Chinese people. In his lifetime, President GEINGOB attached great importance to developing relations with China and made several visits to China, promoting in-depth development of the comprehensive, strategic, and cooperative relations between China and Namibia. With devotion, President GEINGOB made a vital contribution in promoting China, Namibia, and China-Africa friendship.
在这悲痛的时候，中国人民和纳米比亚人民坚定地站在一起。
At this difficult moment, the people of China stand firmly with the people of Namibia.
中方相信，纳米比亚人民一定会继承和发扬戈根布总统的遗志，在国家建设和民族振兴的道路上阔步前进，不断取得新的成就。
We believe that the people of Namibia will carry on the mission of President GEINGOB, making strides in national construction and revitalization, constantly scoring new achievement.
中方愿同纳方一道努力，持续深化两国人民的友谊和各领域的合作，推动双边关系取得更大的发展。谢谢。
China is ready to work with Namibia and will continue to deepen the friendship between our peoples and cooperation in all fields, promoting greater development for our bilateral relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite Senator Godswill Akpablo, President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Senate, sir.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of Namibia, President Ngolo Lumumba, Your Excellency, the wife of the immediate past President, whom we are gathered here today to honor, Mrs. Monica GEINGOB, Your Excellencies, all the presidents, former presidents, distinguished personalities across the world who are here today in Namibia, the great people of Namibia, who are here in their number, I bring you fraternal greetings from Nigeria, a country of just 250 million people. Our dear President, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, empaneled a team of which I'm the head, currently the chairman of the National Assembly, Senate President, and I also chair the two chambers of the National Assembly. He sent a strong delegation made up of the Minister of Special Duties, Intergovernmental Affairs, his special advisor on political affairs, and of course, I'm accompanied by some of my senators who are here in this gathering today. So I'll read the message of Mr. President. But just before then, as I arrived in Namibia, I was surprised to meet a few of my former classmates in Federal Government College, Port Harcourt, who are Namibians and who are also mourning today. Nigeria happens to be one of those states that form the frontline states that assisted greatly in the struggle for independence of Namibia, assisted strongly in the struggle for the liberation of South Africa, and assisted strongly in the liberation of Angola, very far away in West Africa. So we are sharing today the pains of the demise of this great icon and hero. Of course, Nigeria had in the past supported SWAPO, your ruling political party, with materials and human development to achieve its objective of ensuring the freedom of the good people of Namibia. We granted scholarships to train a lot of Namibians, some of whom I've met since my arrival, in the 1970s and the 1980s. We supported Namibia to develop its manpower immediately after the independence, post-independence. We helped to achieve a lot of manpower for this country through technical aid program in the area of education, healthcare, and other endeavors. And this, you can imagine that when we heard the sad news of the demise of this great icon, a hero, a patriot, a Pan-Africanist, our country also felt the sadness, and we are sad equally. And so my president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, empaneled a strong team to be here in Namibia to condole with the president, the good people of Namibia, the bereaved family, and the entire citizens. So I'll just proceed to read his short address. On behalf of myself and the good people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I extend my deepest condolences to you and to the good people of the Republic of Namibia for the sad passing of our dear brother, His Excellency President Dr. HAGE GEINGOB. Our thoughts and prayers remain with you, his family members, and the good people of Namibia in these very difficult times. May the strength of your nation, exemplified in your national anthem, the Lion of the Braves, and the grace of God Almighty provide comfort and solace in the face of this tragic loss. The people of Nigeria, in their numbers, stand in solidarity with you, Namibians, in this moment and beyond this moment. As I commiserate once more with you and the good people of your great nation, the Republic of Namibia, please accept, Your Excellency, the assurances of my sincere and personal regards in this loss. This is signed by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. It's directed to His Excellency Ngolo Mumba and the good people of Namibia. May I just point out also, Your Excellency, as I depart, that in our midst also, we have great Nigerians, including the former president of our country, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, who was one time head of state in the 70s. And of course, you can tell the story of the relationship between Nigeria and Namibia, and was also elected president for about 8 years in the civilian regime from 1999. He's in our midst today with a lot of other Nigerians. But the soul of our icon, a Pan-Africanist and a brave man, rests in perfect peace.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the tribute from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Your Excellencies, I would like to acknowledge the arrival of His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema of the Republic of Zambia. He has just arrived. Welcome, Your Excellency. I now would like to invite Honorable Tulisile Dladla, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Excellency.
His Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Gingos, children, grandchildren, and the entire family. His Excellency, Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Madam Nujoma. His Excellency, Dr. Pohamba, second president, and Madam Pohamba, heads of state, government, and other foreign dignitaries. Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO Party. Fellow monarchs, we have been delegated by His Majesty King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, together with His Royal Highness Prince Simelane and the Minister for Public Service, to bring his heartfelt condolences to the people of Namibia. Your Excellency, in the wake of the passing of His Excellency, Dr. GEINGOB, President of the Republic of Namibia, it is with profound sorrow that His Majesty King Mswati III, the King of the Kingdom of Eswatini, extends his heartfelt condolences to the people of Namibia, the Southern African Development Community, the African Union, and all those affected by this profound loss. The President's legacy as a statesman, visionary leader, and champion of democracy resonates deeply not only within the borders of Namibia, but across the African continent and beyond. His unwavering dedication to the advancement of his nation, coupled with his steadfast commitment to regional cooperation and global solidarity, leaves an enduring imprint on the pages of our history. Throughout his tenure, President GEINGOB's leadership epitomized integrity, compassion, and a tireless pursuit of justice and equality for all Namibians. His inclusive governance style and the unwavering advocacy for social justice and economic empowerment have served as guiding beacons for nations aspiring toward progress and prosperity. In the realms of diplomacy and international relations, President GEINGOB's voice echoed with authority, advocating for the collective aspirations of African nations on the global stage. His wisdom, foresight, and unwavering dedication to the principles of peace and cooperation have been instrumental in shaping a more harmonious and interconnected world. As we mourn the loss of a distinguished leader and statesman, let us also celebrate the profound impact of President GEINGOB's life and legacy. His indomitable spirit, courage, and unwavering commitment to the service of his nation and humanity serve as a timeless inspiration for generations to come. During this moment of reflection and remembrance, may the people of Namibia find solace in the enduring legacy of President GEINGOB's remarkable life and contributions. May his memory continue to inspire hope, unity, and resilience among all who have been touched by his vision and leadership. In this time of sorrow, Madam Monica, let us reaffirm our commitment to upholding the values and principles that President GEINGOB held dear. Let us honor his memory by embracing the ideals of peace and social justice that he championed throughout his illustrious life. His Majesty King Mswati III, Her Majesty the Queen Mother, and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini join the international community in mourning the loss of a remarkable leader and extends our deepest sympathies to the family, the people of Namibia, the government, and of course to you, Mr. President, during the time of grief and reflection. May his soul rest in peace, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the befitting tribute. Thank you. I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister in the Presidency, for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Zuma.
Director, Your Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, and First Lady, the Excellency Vice President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and former President of Namibia, President Nozumo and President Pohamba, our dear sister Monica Geingos and family, Excellence heads of state and government, fellow members, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. I stand here before you on behalf of our President, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the government and the people of South Africa, to pay homage to a friend of South Africa, a Pan-Africanist, a comrade in arms who fought side by side with us in the quest of freedom, justice, and dignity. The people of South Africa, of the continent and the world, are in pain at the departure of Dr. HAGE GEINGOB from our midst. Not long ago, in October 2023, President Ramaphosa led a delegation of 13 ministers who came to Namibia for a binational commission, used this occasion to reflect on the existing strong bilateral cooperation and reaffirmed our historic bonds of friendship, solidarity, good neighborliness, whose foundations were cemented in struggle. Dr. GEINGOB offered so much to the people of Namibia, of our region, the continent, and the world. He believed in peace and shared prosperity, and was unflinching in pursuit of the Pan-Africanist ideals. So as we celebrate the life of this remarkable leader, diplomat, academic with a sharp intellect, I think we must honor his memory by making sure that we change this African paradox of a rich Africa and poor Africans. He believed in shared prosperity and peace. And of course, there can never be peace without development. But there can't be development without peace. Those two things must be dealt with. We must be a continent that manufactures, but also he is the one who honed and sharpened the skills of Namibians before they came back to Namibia. And we must follow his example by having a skills revolution in Africa, so that there is no young person in Africa who doesn't have a skill. So if we did that, we would be truly honoring this brave fighter who served the people selflessly. But to our sister Monica Geingos, the children, the family, our deepest condolences to you and to the country as a whole. But I think you should take pride in the fact that you surrendered this son of the soil to the noble service, to the noble cause of serving the country and serving humanity. And that he did that. He served with discipline, with integrity, with dedication, and with compassion. And I think that you should take comfort in that. To our brother, our comrade, please rest in eternal peace. You have now joined the galaxy of our heroes and heroines. Not only the heroes and heroines of Namibia, but you have joined the galaxy of the heroes and heroines of our continent. And we promise that we shall draw lessons from your enduring legacy and continue to serve our people with dedication, with discipline, with integrity, and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Dlamini Zuma, for that tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, to present his tribute. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Let me recognize President Nangolo Mbumba, President of Namibia, your Vice President of Namibia, President Nyoma, President Pohamba. Let me recognize our SADC Summit Chair, President Lorenzo of Angola, African Union Chair, Your Excellencies, fellow heads of state and government, Madam Monica Geingos, and the GEINGOB family, fellow mourners. We in Zambia, from Zambia, express our profound sadness and offer our sincere condolences to the family of President GEINGOB, to the government and the people of Namibia for this great loss of His Excellency President HAGE GEINGOB. Truly, Zambians mourn with you, and deeply so, because I'm coming from one of our outlying provinces, and they sent me with an emphatic message that please inform the Namibians that we mourn with them. We offer our solace and express thoughts and prayers for the grieving family once more. And we reflect on the memories that we shared with Dr. GEINGOB and the impact on the leadership of Namibia, our regional body SADC, African Union, and I believe the global community. He was relentless in contributing to the liberation struggle in Namibia, in Southern Africa, fought against the apartheid regime, dedicated his life to fostering peace, stability, and democracy in Namibia, of course, SADC, and our continent. We acknowledge President GEINGOB's remarkable leadership and his true statesmanship. Indeed, his role in the establishment of the UN Institute for Namibia, and this institute, which was located at the University of Zambia in Lusaka, was a great, great contribution to, as others have said before me, to building the skills base of Namibia long before independence, Namibia's independence. His contribution, therefore, to the academic work at the University of Zambia is remarkable. And I know I say so because at the time he served at this institute at the University of Zambia, I was myself an undergraduate student of the University of Zambia. So I can competently say that he did contribute not only to Namibian skills development or best, but to that of Zambia as well. I must say at this stage, it is true that SADC was endowed with 3 heads of state that were associated with the University of Zambia. President GEINGOB himself, President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe, who studied at that university, and indeed myself. So this is a great loss to us, to all of us. We commend once more President GEINGOB for his relentless contributions to humanity, really to security, peace, and stability, not only in Namibia, but in our region as well. We emphasize his legacy for all of the good things that he stood for. I, in particular, am a beneficiary of his induction program into the presidency, because when I took office, he was there, he was available to show me certain things that you can't learn from a classroom, but through experience like he had. So we appreciate that greatly. President GEINGOB was a pillar of peace and stability, as I said, in our region. A year or so after I took office, I was brought into the SADC Troika. This is the organ that deals with politics, defense, and security cooperation. And he was the chair. And President Ramaphosa was the outgoing chair. I was the incoming chair. And I took over from him as substantive chair. And we served together, he as outgoing chair, and obviously President Suluhu Hassan of Tanzania as incoming chair. And he continued providing leadership at that platform all the time whenever we needed his leadership. We thank him for that. We thank the people of Namibia for having allowed him to serve in those capacities. We can go on to talk about his unmatched, if you like, direct character. He said things, even in our closed-door meetings, which certain presidents wouldn't say, but President GEINGOB said them if they needed to be said. So we knew that if there was a tough issue that was delicate, we would whisper to him to be the one to raise it. And he would raise it very, very well on our behalf. Thank you, President GEINGOB. We suggest as Zambians, and I carry a message from the people of Zambia, as I say that President GEINGOB was viewed as a Zambian citizen because I think he spent around 17 years in Zambia during the difficult times for Namibia. And the citizens of Zambia have asked me to retain his name in our country and to announce that we as a country have taken a decision to rename one of our critical roads in Lusaka, Kasama Road, which is in one of the suburbs of Lusaka, into Dr. GEINGOB Road from tonight. I also carry another message along those lines. The people of Zambia have asked me to continue remembering President Nujoma by renaming our Sazu Road in Lusaka again to Dr. Sam Nujoma Road, who was the first president of Namibia. We offer our solidarity and prayer to the people of Namibia, express deep, deep sympathy to the family, Monica, GEINGOB, and the children, to the government, and the people of Namibia. We pray for God's grace, solace, and peace once more to the afflicted family, and to all of us in the SADC family, in the AU family, and I believe in the global family. May the soul of President GEINGOB live on in eternal peace, and he will be with us as we continue to serve our people to better our lives in our individual countries and SADC, AU, and the global community. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, President Hakainde, for the befitting tribute, and we thank the people of Zambia through you for the honor you have decided to bestow on our leaders. Thank you once again, Your Excellency. I would like to request the NDF brass band just to give us one selection. We are coming closer to our program, but we are not too close. So please bear with us. I will not tell you how many more minutes we need, but certainly not more than an hour. But please, NDF brass band. Thank you. Thank you very much for the performance. I would like to invite Honorable Madame Chrysola Zacharapolu, Minister of State for Development, Francophonie, and the International Partnership of the French Republic. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. Madame Monica Gengos, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia and spouse of His Excellency, Dr. HAGE Gonfrid GEINGOB. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Detua, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Excellencies, Head of States and Government here present, please allow me now to stand on previously established protocol. It is a singular honor to be with you today to celebrate a life like no other. To Madame Gengos, to President Gengob's friends and family, to the Namibian nation, this land of the brave. On behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, I would like to express our condolences, our highest sympathy, and our deepest solidarity. As many colleagues said before me, President GEINGOB was a scintillating member of the generation of Africa's founding fathers. Today, we pay tribute to a visionary leader who paved the way in so many regards for the emancipation of the Namibian people, for their freedom. Doing so, he inspired leaders all across Southern Africa and beyond. And for France, we mourn a trustworthy partner, a true friend. As early as 1980, the French government awarded President GEINGOB with Le Palme Académique, our highest academic distinction, to commend his major achievements in education. And since then, President GEINGOB had maintained close ties with our country, which he made us the honor to visit on so many occasions with the First Lady, Madame Monica Gengos. France pays today tribute to President GEINGOB's legacy, and we reaffirm our commitment to build on this legacy, to strengthen even more the long-lasting friendship and the unique partnership between Namibia and France, which President GEINGOB cherished. Monsieur le Président, rest in peace. Merci.
Thank you, Your Honorable, for your tribute. We are inviting to the podium Mr. Fredando Sampedro, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs for Africa from the Kingdom of Spain.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Monica GEINGOB, Excellencies, foreign dignitaries, and all the Namibian people. It was with great sadness that we received the news in Spain of the passing of President Dr. HAGE GEINGOB. He was a president who dedicated his life to fighting for freedom and justice. He was a leader guided by the search for the welfare of his people and committed to the strengthening and stability of the institutions. President GEINGOB was determined to fight for the prosperity of Namibia, with the essential objective of improving the living conditions of all citizens. We celebrate his vision, guidance, and legacy. President GEINGOB was also a strong advocate for the Namibian democracy and rule of law, as proved by his role in the drafting of the Namibian Constitution and in the exemplary transition after his unexpected passing that President Mbumba has led. We are grateful for his leadership and the special bonds that he helped forge between our two countries. These bonds date back from 1989. At the time, Spain was a young European democracy after decades of dictatorship. And at the time, we decided to actively contribute to UNTAC, the first of the many UN peace missions that we joined. Spain was also one of the very first few countries to establish diplomatic relations with Namibia. During President GEINGOB's mandate, the ties of friendship continued to strengthen, opening new pathways of cooperation. We would like to express our support to the Namibian people who say goodbye to a father figure that has marked the history of the country. Let me again express on behalf of His Majesty the King of Spain, whom I represent today, the Spanish government and the Spanish people, as well as on my own behalf, my deepest condolences to the widow, Monica GEINGOB, the family, the Namibian institutions, and the Namibian country as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Honorable Fernando for your message. We would like to invite His Excellency Mandarapu, the High Commissioner of the Republic of India. I believe it is High Commission to the Republic of India to Namibia, I suppose. Your Excellency, High Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Director of Ceremony. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, Founding President. His Excellency Dr. Pohamba, Second Vice President. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Dwaitwa, Madam Monica Geingos and family, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, delegates, fellow mourners, it is with heavy heart that I, representing the people and government of the Republic of India, join you at this state memorial service to pay our respectful tribute to His Excellency Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, the third President of the Republic of Namibia. Let me mention that the widespread sorrow and deep sense of loss experienced across Namibia at the demise of their beloved leader is also felt and shared in India. There was an outpouring of grief when the news reached the shores of my country, because President Geingob was a friend of India who believed in the true potential of India-Namibia partnership for the development and prosperity of people. His Excellency Dr. HAGE GEINGOB will be remembered as a fearless freedom fighter, visionary leader, chief architect of Namibia's constitution, a passionate nation builder, and an international statesman with deep commitment to universal values and principles of freedom, equality, justice, peace, and harmony. When the history of evolution of partnership between India and Namibia is browsed, we see how prominently His Excellency Dr. HAGE GEINGOB was part of that decades-old collaboration marked by solidarity and friendship. When the first ever SWAPO diplomatic mission was inaugurated in New Delhi in 1986, he was there. When greater cooperation was being planned, he was there in India as Namibia's Prime Minister in 1995 and as President in 2015. Delhi University, facilitating His Excellency Geingob with an honorary doctorate, was a small demonstration of their admiration. I had the privilege of presenting my credentials to His Excellency President Geingob and had the opportunity to listen to his inspiring memories linked to India and ideas to take forward the relationship. The interest and well-being of the people of Namibia was above everything for His Excellency. On behalf of the Government of India, I pay tribute and bid farewell to a formidable leader and friend of India. I convey the condolences and prayers of the people of India. May the departed leader rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Hama Salem Ali Salem, President of the Sahrawi Parliament. Your Excellency,
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الدكتور نانغولو مامبا، السيدات والسادة، مع مراعاة المقامات حسب البروتوكول الناميبي، أصحاب الفخامة والسعادة السيدات والسادة، لقد كلفني فخامة السيد إبراهيم غالي رئيس الجمهورية الصحراوية بتمثيله في الجنازة الرسمية للرئيس الراحل هاج GEINGOB وباسمه
His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Ghali, President of the Sahrawi Republic, has entrusted me to represent him in the state funeral of the late and our dear comrade and President Dr. HAGE GEINGOB.
وباسمه وباسم حكومة والشعب الجمهورية الصحراوية نود مرة أخرى أن نعرب لفخامتكم ولشعب جمهورية ناميبيا الشقيق ولجميع أفراد أسرة الرئيس الراحل GEINGOB عن أحر تعازينا وأعمق مواساتنا في هذا الوقت الأليم.
On his behalf, on the behalf of the government and the people of the Sahrawi Republic, we would like once again to convey to Your Excellency, to the brotherly people of the Republic of Namibia, and to Madam GEINGOB and the entire family of the late President GEINGOB, our most heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies at these painful times.
لقد كان الرئيس الراحل GEINGOB قائدا بارزا في منطقة سوابو في منظمة سوابو، وناشطا مناهضا للفصل العنصري، ومقاتلا في كفاح ناميبيا من أجل الاستقلال، ونصيرا متحمسا للوحدة الإفريقية روحا وفعلا.
The late President GEINGOB was a distinguished long-serving leader of SWAPO, and a fearless anti-apartheid activist, a towering veteran and hero of Namibia independence struggle, and a convinced Pan-Africanist in spirit and in action.
لقد كان أيضا رجل دولة عظيما وصاحب رؤية ومكافحا من أجل الحرية بامتياز، وخدم بلده وشعبه في جميع المناصب التي تولاها بإتقان ومثابرة مثاليين.
He was a great statesman, a visionary and a freedom fighter par excellence, who served his country and people in all the positions he has assumed with exemplary devotion and diligence.
ولقد لعب دورا محوريا في بناء ناميبيا جديدة متحررة من قيود ومظالم الماضي، وفي جعل البلاد واحدة من أكثر الديمقراطيات استقرارا وازدهارا في القارة.
He also played a central role in building a new Namibia, free from the chains of injustice of the past, and in making the country one of the most stable and prosperous and exemplary democracies in our continent and in the world.
وعلى الصعيدين الدولي والقاري عمل الرئيس الراحل جانجوب بكل إخلاص لتعزيز المصالح والقضايا الإفريقية والدفاع عنها، وسيذكره التاريخ كمؤيد قوي للكفاح التحرري للشعب الصحراوي، وكزعيم إفريقي عظيم كان يؤمن بقوة بأن حرية إفريقيا تبقى دائما ناقصة حتى تصبح الجمهورية الصحراوية حرة بالكامل.
At the international and continental level, the late President GEINGOB worked wholeheartedly to promote and defend African interests and issues. He will be remembered as a staunch supporter of the liberation of the Sahrawi struggle of liberation of the Sahrawi people, and as a great African leader who strongly believed that Africa would not be truly free until the Sahrawi Republic was fully free.
وسيذكر التاريخ أيضا الرئيس الراحل جانجوب بإعجاب واحترام عميقين لمواقفه المبدئية وصفاته الأخلاقية العظيمة وتفانيه.
The late President GEINGOB will also be remembered with admiration and profound respect for his principled positions, great moral qualities and dedication.
ليبارك الله الرئيس الراحل جينجوب ولترغد روحه في سلام أبدي.
May God bless the late President GEINGOB and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
شكرا.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the tribute, Your Excellency. I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Moussa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the AU Commission.
Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegations, Your Excellencies, former President of Namibia, Madam Monica Gengos, children and the entire family, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, on behalf of the African Union Commission and the entire African Union family, to reiterate our deepest condolences to the family and the people of Namibia on the passing of this great leader, His Excellency President HAGE GEINGOB. My dear brother, Dr. HAGE, much has been said about your life, your struggle, and your achievements by people who know you better than I do, because some of them were your comrades in struggle and in life. I would therefore like to humbly express what I personally feel. What has marked me the most, it was without doubt your humility, your integrity, your total commitment to Namibia, to the Africa's great causes, unity, integration, peace and prosperity. Agenda 2063, the African Union Agenda, which you helped to draw up, was always a blueprint for you. During my 2 visits to Namibia as chairperson of the African Union Commission, where you formally received me as head of state, the African Union flag and the anthem that you imposed in Namibia's public life symbolized your unwavering commitment to Pan-Africanism. A seasoned diplomat and a brilliant academic, you carried SWAPO's flag high in Africa, Europe, and the Americas. You also had a lucid vision of international relations and multilateralism. I personally benefited from your sound advice on a large number of issues. Namibians are in the best position to appreciate what you have achieved in your country. The passing of the baton and the peaceful transfer of power following your passing confirms, if any further confirmation were needed, the strength of the institutions and the anchoring of democracy in this beautiful country. The Namibian house that you helped build, a model that we hope and pray will become a reality on the rest of the continent, particularly now when anti-constitutional changes of government are flourishing in the continent. My dear sister Monica, no words can fill the void left by our brother HAGE, your husband, your best friend, and your partner. But I know that you are strong enough to keep his memory alive by continuing the work of African Renaissance that he began. To you, my Namibian brothers and sisters, be proud of your country. Be proud of your leader you just lost at the African Union. We are immensely proud of him. To you, my brother HAGE, may the land of your ancestors, where you were born, welcome you to eternal rest. Rest in peace, dear brother. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the befitting tribute. I would like to invite Her Excellency, Mrs. Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Your Excellency, President Nangola Mbumba, Your Excellency Mama Monica Gingos and her family, the people of Namibia, fellow mourners. On behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations, it is truly an honor to be able to join you today to mourn the passing and celebrate the life of a husband, a father, a friend, a grandfather, a veteran of the anti-colonial struggle, and a visionary leader, President HAGE GEINGOB. I saw firsthand those struggles at the gains and their gains at the celebration of Namibia's independence as a young Nigerian, and appreciated that after years of brutal colonial rule and the wickedness of apartheid, it was a momentous occasion. Freedom won at great cost, but to see the Namibian flag raised was truly remarkable. President GEINGOB dedicated his life to liberation, his country, and serving the people of Namibia, and he is central to this country's recent history. From the humble beginnings of a teacher to his participation in the struggle for independence, to his long service as both Prime Minister and President. President GEINGOB was a man of strong principles, but these were not mere theoretical positions. They were fierce beliefs that he devoted his life to, from leading the strikes for the rights of students, to ensuring the voice of SWAPO at the United Nations, and dismantling an apartheid administration as Prime Minister. A disciple of people's rights, who was central to drafting the Namibian Constitution, which has them at its heart. He was an advocate of the Sustainable Development Goals, including climate action, and he had championed his country's trailblazing green hydrogen projects. A strong believer in women's rights who promoted women in public life, and a proud African and multilateralist whose presence was strongly felt at the United Nations and who advocated for our continent on the world stage. All of us best honor his memory by following his example and continuing his work, by championing the principles he lived by: anti-racism, justice, democracy, solidarity, and human rights for everyone, and dedicating ourselves to putting them into effect and building on this strong foundation. President GEINGOB leaves a gaping hole in many lives and in the hearts of Namibians, but he has also left behind a rich bank of wisdom and of memories that we can all hold on to and build. On behalf of the United Nations, our sincere condolences once again to the people of Namibia, the government, and to President GEINGOB's family, but particularly to my sister, Monica Gingos, who has long been a friend in the fight for economic justice, health rights, and an ally to the voice of youth in Namibia and beyond. President GEINGOB, to you I say, we will always cherish the memory of a gentle giant with a wonderful warmth and exceptional sense of humor. At the last General Assembly, we joked that I had more grandchildren than he did. But he had, most of all, a burning commitment to a better world for everyone. May your soul rest in perfect peace, and may you soar high on the wings of angels. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Deputy Secretary General, for your tribute. I would like to invite the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth.
Excellencies, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Vice President, Madam Prime Minister, heads of government, honourable ministers, President GEINGOB's family, particularly his First Lady, our beloved and much cherished Monica Gengos, my friend and my sister, friends, colleagues, compatriots, fellow mourners. There is an African proverb which says, "You must judge a man by the work of his hands." By that measure, from everything we have heard today, the third President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. HAGE Godfried GEINGOB, was great indeed. He has left his mark on Namibia, on Africa, on the Commonwealth, and the world. We have lost a giant, and we have also lost a friend. He is mourned across all of our 56 countries of the Commonwealth. 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30, weep with us today. And I will miss his guidance and comradeship, and all of our heads of state will miss him too. From our first meeting to our last, his optimistic vision for the Commonwealth, his view of an independent nations in an interdependent world never failed to inspire. As you all know, I am not just the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I am at heart a lawyer, and we lawyers like evidence. So what evidence do we have about my dear friend and brother, Dr. GEINGOB, our beloved HAGE? Why was HAGE great? Underneath that gentle voice and infectious smile lay a powerful force for good, a driving force for change and progress, a shining embodiment of what it means to live by your principles. Why was HAGE unique? His determination to live by the principles of equality, his willingness to challenge injustice, and as we all know, sometimes that got him into trouble. At 19, he was expelled from school for protesting the poor quality of education and food. Trouble also meant 27 years, long years, in exile. Why was HAGE a patriot? His fidelity to the motherland and his continuous courage enabled him to not only contribute to the nation he loved, but to shape it. He led the work of the United Nations Institute for Namibia, as we have all heard, to create and train the future civil service for the independent nature for which he dreamed. And in doing so, we've heard today how he inspired leaders from across this region. His patriotism enabled him to spearhead the campaign which catapulted SWAPO into power and which saw him take office as the first Prime Minister of the Namibia he helped to liberate. Why was HAGE faithful to the rule of law? Because it was the basis upon which he helped craft a robust constitution for Namibia, which still governs this great country today. He crafted it well. Why was HAGE a statesman? Because his resilience, inspired leadership, helped this magnificent country first to function, then to thrive, and in his own words, helped the Namibian people work together, build together, and dream together. He lived in love and loyalty to his country, his wife, and his family, and he never forgot his friends. Why was HAGE a towering figure? Because he held high the banner of liberty. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB was generous, energetic, intelligent, nurturing, God-fearing, obedient to the law, and a bold leader. And whilst he may have departed this mortal stage, his vision for Namibia, Africa, the Commonwealth, and the world lives on and will outlast us all. In his absence, pursuit of that vision becomes our sacred responsibility. So we honor his memory, not with tears of sorrow. Dear HAGE, none of us here are going to be crybabies, not today, but with a renewed commitment to the ideals for which he stood and fought. Namibia, our country. Namibia, his love. Namibia, the motherland. We love thee. HAGE Gottfried GEINGOB loved thee. May his soul rest in peace, and may the light of his legacy shine on to guide us all forward for a brighter future. And my dear brother, my dear friend, may the Lord bless and keep you. May he make his face to shine on you and be merciful unto you. And may your guardian angel walk beside you. And may Jesus keep you safe in the very palm of his hand until we meet again. And may God comfort our beloved sister, Monica. May he bless her for sharing this great son of the soil with us. And may God bless the Republic of Namibia and all of her people. And I thank you.
Excellency, Ms. Scott, for your tribute. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. Welcome, Honorable Prime Minister, and thank you very much for joining us today. Next on the program is the tribute by Madam Monica Geinkos, the widow of our departed President, Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, and I would like to invite the representative of Ms. Geinkos to take the podium and deliver the tribute of the widow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Comrade President Nangolo Mbumba, and my dear First Lady, Madam Siski Mbumba, Your Excellency, founding President and founding Father of the Namibian nation, Tatekuru Sam Safishuna Nyoma and Menkuru, Your Excellency, Second President of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba, and our incredible former First Lady Menkuru Penehupi for Pohamba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government present, and First Ladies who are present as well, please allow me to stand on the protocol established. I'm a very proud Namibian today. I'm proud because, thank you. I'm proud because a boy who was born under a tree at a cattle post in Grootfontein is being recognized and loved by the world. And he deserves it. Because Hage loved, and he was loved. The outpouring of grief since his passing is a testament to how deeply he was loved. For us to be joined by so many dignitaries from all over the world, including so many presidents, all of whom he regarded as his friends, speaks to his ability to make enduring connections. Hage connected easily to people, and people from all walks of life connected easily to him. I remember being in a holding room, and former President of Nigeria, President Buhari, who generally appeared like a soft-spoken person, was standing alone, quietly minding his own business. Hage walked over to him, and within 2 minutes, I heard a roar of laughter. I turned around, assuming it was Hage, as he was such a joyful person. But to my surprise, the roar was coming from President Buhari, and Hage was quietly giggling next to him. His sincerity had a way of connecting with everyone. That same sincerity of his has united us in grief from across oceans, throughout the continent, and in every corner of Namibia. Hage, the internationalist, the Pan-African, the proud Namibian, the family man, the father to many, the joyful giver, the man who spoke of the Namibian house, a house where we pull together in the same direction, a house with a strong foundation. In mourning Hage, Namibia became everything he wanted us to be: united, law-abiding, and pulling in the same direction. In his death, Hage truly came alive. As he transitioned out of the limits set by his earthly body, we also transcended the political, racial, and ethnic boundaries we sometimes impose on ourselves. Hage was dedicated to building an inclusive, united Namibia that lived up to its potential. He wanted the country's integration of cultures and the lack of tribalism he was raised in. He wanted to see the same integration and unity in his blended family. He and I, Mangaliso, Helmut, Nangi, Oshoveli, Dangos, Nino, Junior, and Kayla, as well as many of his sons and daughters that he took as his own. The love and unity you see in our blended family are a testament to his leadership skills, even at the family level. Hage was our North Star. When we looked at him, we knew in which direction to go. He may no longer be with us, but he did leave us with a map that has clear directions. Many told me this week that they felt lost, orphaned, fatherless. Some feel like they lost a baobab tree that shielded them from the sun, their protector, their defender, and mentor. I feel the same. I feel like I no longer have my anchor. I feel that if Hage died, what am I doing here? But the answer is in Hage's name. Hage means the one who arrived. Gottfried, as German-speaking people know, it means God's friend. President Pohamba, President Tshisekedi, they loved calling him Gottfried. Gottfried means God's friend. And he loved to tell us that GEI in GEINGOB stood for big, and that nobody must ever try to reduce him. God's friend arrived on this earth on 3rd of August, 1941. He conquered the big things his surname required of him. And when his time was up, he left. Like he did, it's up for us to define our purpose and live up to it before our time is up. When you become what your name suggests, in some languages, in English, it's called normative determinism. Hage was indeed the one who arrived. He arrived on God's time and he left on God's time. God's will is not our will. Described as a destiny shaper by somebody who knew him well, he contributed significantly to shaping this country's destiny and that of many individuals. Hage was raised by his grandparents, O Lucia and O Hans, like most children raised by old people. Hage was an old soul with a youthful spirit. He called his mother, Rosalia, Osi, which means sister, and it was O Lucia who he regarded as his mother. He told me that when he was young, that O Lucia never believed he could do anything wrong. Love was foundational to his high level of confidence. Hage had confidence and courage. He was always a leader. I remember when he joined Twitter in 2014, and the young people will remember this. Young people asked him to follow them, and his answer was, and I quote, "I'm a leader, not a follower." He was joking, but you needed to listen carefully sometimes to Hage's jokes, as often he used a joke to soften a hard truth, and he actually meant it. Hage was indeed a leader. He was not a follower. He marched to the beat of his own drums, and like a true leader, he spent political capital on issues that he knew were for the greater good in the long term, even if it was unpopular in the short term. I've always admired his ability to understand complex problems quickly. While others found a problem for every solution, Hage always found a solution for every problem. He was such a good problem solver that often he would turn a casual conversation into a solution-finding exercise, even though you did not ask him for a solution. Remember I said that he was an old soul with a youthful spirit. At 19, Hage was a teacher, when being a teacher was simultaneously being a respected community leader. You immediately became a church elder, taught Sunday school, and commanded respect. He always laughed at how he had to counsel married couples when he barely knew anything about relationships. Another leadership experience he always narrates was how, on his way into exile, he had the privilege of meeting and being guided by the great Hosea Kutako, a meeting that he always spoke about as an immense privilege, and which I suspect drove his desire to build a shrine to enhance the knowledge of current and future generations about the greatness of Hosea Kutako. Hage was not only a leader, but he was generous in recognizing the leadership of others. But I digress. We all heard his eulogy. Hage was always in a position of power, whether as a teacher, a young man, or a president much later in life. And with the full confidence of President Nyoma, Hage has wielded power for most of his life. For a powerful man, Hage was very humble. But like all powerful men, he was also very complex. But within his complexity was simplicity, authenticity, consistency, and vulnerability. This is what made him a people's person. He had a heart for people, and people had a heart for him. And I want to thank his brother, the President of the Republic of Namibia, for according him the hero's funeral that he deserves. I'd like to also thank all of you for giving him a send-off befitting of a hero. My husband was an honest man, a man who spoke his mind, even when it was inconvenient and uncomfortable to do so. He's blunt when discussing third terms and leaders who overstay their welcome. In reflection, Hage and I were informed by doctors on 16 January 2024 that he had cancer after a biopsy. We went to our first oncology visit on the 17th of January to devise a treatment plan. And on 18 January, he insisted on releasing a press statement notifying the public that he had cancer. Did he know how long he had to live? The answer is no, he didn't. His passing was traumatizing and unexpected. He was eager to retire. We had such plans. And true to his word, he didn't overstay. In the last few months, he spoke often about ensuring a smooth transition. And even though he left too early, the transition was smooth. It's just not the one that he expected. His concern about abrupt departures always centered around smooth transition and ensuring that there were no power vacuums. The country swore in a new president on the same day he passed, and there was no power struggle. We should be proud of ourselves and our political leadership. And that's both from the governing party and our opposition. If there was a display of political maturity, it was in that moment, and long may it continue. Many people can tell you where and what they were doing when they heard that Hage GEINGOB was no more. I'll tell you where I was. I was at his side, shocked to the deepest part of my core that someone so full of life, so full of love, had just taken his last breath. Death will humble you. We are not called by our Maker when it's convenient for us or those who love us. We are called when the Lord so decides. It's been raining since Hage passed away. Yesterday, when his coffin was outside Casa Rosalia, which is our private residence, the sun appeared briefly from behind the clouds and shone straight on his coffin. When I walked back into Casa Rosalia and sat down, the clouds had returned and there was a rainbow. These things do not happen by coincidence. That's the Lord telling us we lost a great man. Hage's passing is a reminder to all of us to be prepared. I was not ready to lose Hage. And from the massive outpouring of collective grief from all of you, it does not appear that any of us were ready. Hage wore his heart on his sleeve, and in response, this country wept. The scenes we saw yesterday were heartbreaking and heartwarming in equal measure. A nation united in grief but celebrating their departed president. Hage's transparency has helped us in more ways than one. And because he spoke to us so often about his preferences regarding his legacy and expectations from us as his immediate family, it was easy to reach a consensus on key decisions. Please go and update your wills. Speak to your family about your preferences, because death knocks unexpectedly. Funeral arrangements and decisions surrounding death are made by people who are grieving, and relationships can be tested. And I want to thank my blended family and extended relatives of the GEINGOB family for passing this very difficult relationship test. Since the morning of the 4th of February, a dull ache settled into my stomach, and it has remained there to date. Grief unleashes anarchy in your system as your mind, emotions, and body simply do as they please, when they please. 1 minute you're walking and talking, and the next moment you are gasping for air as a wave of intense sadness washes over you. When you lose someone we love, we lose a piece of ourselves. And the closer you are, the bigger that piece. And Hage gave so much of himself that we all had a piece of him. And may we all be consoled. Hage's brothers, Peter Kachavivi, President Bumba, and his sister, First Lady Siski Mbumba, have been with us as the GEINGOB family since this nightmare started and have not left our side since. The peace they lost of Hage was big, and despite their grief, they focused on keeping us whole. First Lady Siski sat with me at the hospital during the day and brought me soup in the evening because my children went to report me that I was not eating. Many years ago, she told me that if I was ever in trouble with Hage, which was often, I should say, "Oh, Hageba Achaba." And one day I found myself in trouble and I said, "Aye, oh, Hageba Achaba." And he laughed so hard, he forgot that he was supposed to be annoyed with me. And he asked me, "Was it Siski or Beans who told you that?" And I said it was Siski. So he says, "Okay, next time, when you want to escape consequences, you should say, oh, Hageba Kei Achaba." The Vice President, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, has also saved me. When I got back from the morgue that morning, I walked into the house for the first time as a widow, and the abbess immediately tried to swallow me. She lifted me from the floor where I had fallen and spoke to me in a stern, reassuring, and compassionate voice. She prevented me from sinking deeper into the darkness that constantly lurks, and we must be grateful for the leadership that we have in this country. There was an old man on TV. I think he was from Kunene, he was crying. He said he needed to travel to Windhoek to bury his president. And as I watched, I cried with him. What can I say to all of you, Namibians and non-Namibians all over the world who've mourned Hage like he's yours? In many ways he was. Hage never wanted to be owned. He belonged to all of us. He accepted that, and as a family, we accepted that too. I'm not the same person I was before this nightmare started. I'm not even sure who I am without Hage's constant love. All I know is that I see many things very differently now, and we all should. We came to a near emotional standstill, and perhaps this is the time to press a reset button on how we relate to each other as individuals, families, and citizens. Death brought us together, no matter what our differences were before it, and it's love, our shared love for this country, that will keep us together. And there's a duality to love and grief. Love is replaced by grief, and grief is replaced by love. We mourn because we loved. I saw many broken people, particularly those who worked with Hage. And the pain was deep because the connection was equally deep. I've not ruled out seeking mental health support to cope, and I would encourage anybody who's struggling to shake off the feelings of sadness and loss to do the same, particularly the people who continue to work at the presidency. Hage's ordeal put me in the front row of the devastating impact of cancer. It also required that I spend a lot of time with many incredible Namibian doctors in the last few weeks. All of the doctors I interacted with are concerned about the rising cases of cancer in Namibia and what appears to be a global phenomenon. A few mentioned that they were pleased to see an increase in men looking to be screened for cancer once the president announced that he had cancer. The WHO recently announced a frightening projection of a rise of 77% in cancer cases by the year 2050. If anyone is watching megatrends in public health care, cancer care, particularly the inequities that define it, should be a priority focus area. It certainly will be for me. I want to thank all the healthcare workers who helped us during this difficult period. Everyone went over and above the call of duty, and to the staff in the presidency, at CASA, the private office, security, medical protocol, all I can do is thank you for the love you showed and continue to show our beloved HAGE, and us as a family, and much respect to how you continue to perform your duties despite your grief. This extends to all of you, the dignitaries present today, and everyone who's mourned HAGE. The singing and celebration of life have comforted us as we are sure that HAGE was loved, and through our collective memories, he'll live forever. President Nyoma, President Pohamba, we love you. We will not wait until you leave us to tell you how important you are and that you are our heroes. HAGE was because you were. Even though HAGE has left us, the legacy continues. O Hageba, ke akhba. You defined love. You are loved by all of us, and nothing will ever be the same without you. The people's president, my husband, my best friend. You were born a peasant and died a president. Rest in power, August. Thank you.
Madam Geinkos, for that very moving yet inspiring tribute to your husband and our president. We are indeed inspired and comforted by the fact that in spite of the pain and sorrow, you remain strong. May you be comforted and be strengthened by the Almighty, together with your family. Now I continue with the program, and the next item is now statement by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, and Chief Mourner. I invite Dr. Mbumba, Your Excellency, sir.
Please let us sit down.
Right Honorable Sarah Kugongerwa Madila, Prime Minister and Director of this ceremony, together with Comrade Franz Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Madam Monica Gaingos, the GEINGOB children, grandchildren, and extended family. Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Your Royal Highnesses, and other foreign dignitaries present. Your Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Founding President of the Republic of Namibia, of the SWAPO Party, and father of the Namibian nation. Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellencies, former heads of state and government, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Professor Dr. Peter Hichevi Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, Madam Seski Mbumba, my dear wife, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Comrade Sophia Nahangwa Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable McHenry Venani, President of the Popular Democratic Movement, and Leader of the official opposition, Honorable Members of Parliament, Governors, Mayors, Distinguished Service Chiefs, our revered Bishop Emeritus Dr. Zivania Kameta, Gaubi Manuel Gassep, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, all religious and traditional leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the media houses, fellow mourners. I know President HAGE GEINGOB will be happy with my statement as prepared because the directors of ceremony have been so generous. I hope they will also be generous with me. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, on the 4th of February 2024, Namibia and the world at large woke up to a shock that was seismic in scale and in impact. On that fateful day, a towering baobab tree, which had become a permanent fixture in the daily lives of Namibians, was uprooted and fell. It was the day that the nation let out a loud cry of loss and anguish, which echoed across the wide open spaces of our landscape and reached outwards to the heavens. Still reeling from shock and shaken by the cruelty and abruptness of this immeasurable loss, we are faced with the somber reality and the responsibility of memorializing the life of an extraordinary human being in President HAGE G. GEINGOB. We therefore celebrate the remarkable life of a loved father and a president whose personality and aura encapsulate the essence of what we can only call a larger-than-life personage. It is often said that true greatness is shown through one's works and actions, the way in which you impact the lives of others. This is true of our departed President GEINGOB. It is in this sense that we have all gathered here today to celebrate the life of an extraordinary leader and the citizens whose lifetime commitment, devotion, and sacrifices have left an enduring mark on the lives of millions of people. Namibians at home and abroad are profoundly grateful for the presence of your excellencies and other dignitaries from all over the world who are here with us today to express deep and sincere friendship and support during this difficult time of our sorrow. Your esteemed presence speaks loudly to your solidarity with the people of Namibia and reaffirms the foundation of President GEINGOB's guiding principles for our foreign policy, namely that Namibia is a friend to all and an enemy to none. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and fellow Namibians, once again, I welcome you and thank you for your comforting presence. President HAGE G. GEINGOB was destined for greatness. His birth and subsequent christening as HAGE, meaning he has arrived, was a foreshadowing of the arrival into this world of a man who bravely traversed the perilous odyssey of destiny to etch his name in the annals of history as an intergenerational icon, an intellectual giant, and a consummate statesman who scaled the walls of excellence to the zenith of his life's purpose. Not only was Comrade GEINGOB a most distinguished luminary of our time, a peerless personality, and a colossus of a contemporary leadership, but he was also a man who lived a life of destiny and purpose. Iconic in so many aspects, Comrade GEINGOB was able to represent the spirit of hopes, dreams, and aspirations of Namibians. His paternal nature radiated during times of celebration as well as times of tribulations. An external and eternal optimist, he was always there to celebrate a victory for our national sports teams, athletes, musicians, academics, or any other Namibian who made her or his mark on the national, regional, international arena. Similarly, during difficult times such as devastating droughts, floods, and the dreadful days of the COVID-19 pandemic, Comrade GEINGOB reassured the Namibian House and quelled our fears, panic, and anger. He showed us how to persevere in the face of adversity, demonstrated grace, courage, faith, and resilience. Comrade GEINGOB was not just a president. To us Namibians, he was a father, a grandfather, a brother, and an uncle. He was a comrade and a friend. To his dearest wife, Monica GEINGOB, our beloved Flon, we still have to call you Flon, he was a dearest of husbands. He was a leader of our people who at the same time was also a servant of our people. He was a teacher and a mentor, stern and strict, but also loving and fair. He demanded excellence because his brilliant life embodied excellence and service to others. He was an authentic thinker who had a penchant for conceptualizing new ideas and realizing illustrious feats. He was that helping hand in times of despair. He was that symbol of resilience and strength in times of weakness. He pointed us toward the light at the end of the tunnel. He was our president indeed when our nation found itself in need. A man of great humility and acute discernment, Comrade GEINGOB found could fit in anywhere and talk to anyone. He could relate to the youthful and the elderly. He could share a joke with a junior staff member, a public sector manager, and an average citizen, a captain of industry, or with one of his contemporaries. His unifying nature was impactful, both in Namibia and across the continent. The quintessential Pan-Africanist, there are many instances in SADC, the African Union, the United Nations, when Comrade GEINGOB's ability to unify came to the fore in a most timely manner. One such instance that I particularly want to recall was in 2018 when Comrade GEINGOB was invited to speak at the Kenyan Heroes Day event. Instead of reading his prepared speech, Comrade GEINGOB noticed the restlessness of the crowd. He seized the opportunity to forge friendship and peace. He took President Uhuru Kenyatta and the opposition leader, His Excellency Raila Odinga, by their hands and walked with them toward the stage, hands aloof, notifying unity. The crowd cheered as President GEINGOB turned a tense situation into an extraordinary demonstration of unity. I am glad His Excellency President Odinga is here. Raila Odinga is here. You can check the story and verify it. A man of peace and a man of the moment. A man who lived by his favorite dictum: one does not make peace with one's friends. One makes peace with one's enemy. President GEINGOB exudes the nation-building ethos that were underscored by his mantras, namely, no Namibia should feel left out. The other one Namibia, one nation. And the other one, the spirit of Harambee, the last which connotes pulling in the same direction. He made it clear that the nationalists should abhor the isms of tribalism, racism, and regionalism. He postulated that a true revolutionary cannot possibly be a tribalist or a racist. At the core of Comrade GEINGOB's leadership success was his strength of character and integrity. He lived with honesty, staying true to his values and upholding his moral principles, even when faced with challenges. One of his many doctrines was to never compromise on principles, because, according to him, and I quote, a principle half compromised is a principle compromised. President GEINGOB stood firm in his beliefs and was unafraid to do the right thing, regardless of the consequences. His actions reflected his words, earning him the trust and respect of those around him and the Namibian people. He would always tell us that transparency plus accountability equal trust. Certainly, in the world characterized by secrecies, fake news, and mistrust, Comrade GEINGOB was a beacon of hope and a true representative of the universally recognized ideals of democracy. In order to fully understand the reason that made Comrade HAGE G. GEINGOB the man he was, one must trace his foundations back to his roots. For the essence of his greatness lies not only in his achievements, but the qualities that underpin them. These qualities were forged during Comrade GEINGOB's childhood by his grandfather and mentor, Hans GEINGOB, about whom he always reminisced with fondness. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I stated, the iconic Comrade HAGE GEINGOB rose from humble beginnings. He was born on the 3rd of August, 1941, in the district of Grootfontein, in the region of Ochodonjupa. He grew up on the farms of that area and commenced his schooling in Otavi in the year 1948. In those days, people start school much later, 7 years. He was brought up in the multi-ethnic environment, which consists of people from various ethnic groups, among them Damaras, son of a Herero, Vakavango, Awambo, and of Imbundu. This environment provided the proper setting in molding Comrade GEINGOB's beliefs and stance against racism and tribalism. In 1958, Comrade GEINGOB left Grootfontein area to attend Augustinum College in Okahanja. It was at Augustinum that the first political seeds were planted in Comrade GEINGOB. Following the successful completion of his study, Comrade GEINGOB was posted to Tsumeb as a teacher, where he officially joined SWAPO in 1962 and received his membership card from SWAPO branch secretary, then Comrade Kanana Hishono. It was in the same year, 1962, that Comrade GEINGOB learned that Comrades Ifikepunye Pohamba and Eliander Matare were jailed in Windhoek and due to be deported to the north. As they were on their way to the north, Comrade GEINGOB and Comrade Dinekela Karenga went to meet them at the Tsumeb bus station. Comrade Pohamba mentioned this already. The two of them, that is Comrade Pohamba and Comrade GEINGOB, never forget how they met, how they looked, and I have no doubt that that's also the reason why Comrade Pohamba later appointed Comrade GEINGOB to be his vice president. That is my own interpretation. Later on, that same year, Comrade GEINGOB and his fellow comrades traveled to Gobabis with the intention of crossing the border into Botswana for exile. Before they could proceed, they were informed that the revered chief Jose Akutako was also in the area. Upon hearing this, they went to visit the chief and received his blessings for the journey. To Comrade GEINGOB, it was an extraordinary honor to have met with the exceptional revolutionary and nationalist chief Jose Akutako, after whom Jose Akutako International Airport is named. It is for this reason that Comrade GEINGOB resolved at the Second Land Conference held in October 2018 to honor our national heroes and heroines through the establishment of monuments and shrines. In this regard, he ensured completion of the Chief Jose Akutako Shrine at Tor Assis, Aminius constituency in the Omaheke region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout his time in exile, the experience of Comrade GEINGOB helped shape his views and understanding of the world during the Cold War era. Like many of his fellow Namibians, Comrade GEINGOB left his home country to go into exile to obtain education and to galvanize diplomatic and military support for our liberation struggle. Indeed, he was shaped by the liberation struggle. In 1964, the president of SWAPO, Comrade Sam Nujoma, appointed the young HAGE GEINGOB as chief representative of the SWAPO party in the Americas, as it was already said. Comrade GEINGOB was later assigned as a political affairs officer at the United Nations Council for Namibia. A few years later, then he became the director of UN Institute for Namibia. That institute prepared Namibians for independence and produced some of the country's talented crop present in the Namibian executive, legislature, judiciary, business, and civic spheres. Again, he was chosen by President Nujoma and the SWAPO leadership to lead the exiled Namibians home under the UN Resolution 435. It was an unforgettable moment in our Namibia's history when he kneeled to kiss the ground after touching down at Hosea Kutako International Airport on the 18th of June, 1989. Comrade GEINGOB had come full circle. He had made his journey back home victoriously, ushering in the epoch of self-determination. Your Excellencies, following the successful United Nations supervised election in Namibia in 1989, Comrade GEINGOB was nominated by the SWAPO party and elected as the chairperson of the Constituent Assembly that was responsible for the drafting of the Namibian Constitution. The drafting of our Constitution was a great feat and a testament to the negotiating prowess of Comrade HAGE GEINGOB, who was able to ensure that all those involved in the process were able to accomplish the task. In that way, they planted the seed of our national reconciliation. On the 31st of March, 1990, Comrade GEINGOB was appointed by the founding president, Dr. Nujoma, and sworn in as the first prime minister, a position he held for 12 long years. During that period, he set up a unified, modern, and well-functioning public service in Namibia. One of the best ways we can honor Comrade GEINGOB is for all of us to continue executing our mandates on the basis of accountability, transparency, honesty, and commitment. We should understand that as our dearly departed president used to say, without effective governance and without crucial governance fundamentals, development cannot take place. Excellencies, following a historic victory in November 2014 presidential elections, Comrade GEINGOB was sworn in on the 21st of March 2015 as the third president of the Republic of Namibia. Who can forget that moment today? Who can forget that momentous day? Who can forget those poignant words? And I quote, I'm sorry I don't have the quality of his voice. I wish I had. This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. With that recitation of Psalm 118, verse 24, Comrade GEINGOB prophetically summed up not only his presidency, but the entire journey of his life. Comrade GEINGOB did not waste any time and immediately outlined his vision of shared prosperity for Namibia. He made it clear to his new cabinet that they had entered into a social contract with the people of Namibia, and he stated, and I quote, "The second phase of the struggle is well and truly underway. We need to make haste and fire the first salvo in unison, in the spirit of Harambee. This is why I have declared all-out war on poverty, making it a priority to remove our most vulnerable citizens from the cruelty grip of hunger, homelessness, and squalor. The focus of this administration is therefore to address the prevailing inequalities in the socio-economic architecture. This will involve looking at a range of choices on how to go about redressing a myriad of imbalances which exist due to the policies of past systems which promoted racial exclusion." End of quote. The legacy of Comrade GEINGOB is premised on this inclusive vision, which we must continue to pursue with the same determination and unrelenting work ethic that he displayed throughout his life. Excellencies, like with many scenarios in Comrade GEINGOB's life, things did not come easy, and neither was GEINGOB's presidency. From the moment he walked through the halls of State House, he had to deal with a myriad of economic challenges, unprecedented droughts, and also had to deal with the devastating impacts of COVID-19. Coupled with that, he faced an unrelenting barrage of political attacks from many quarters. However, like the indomitable lion he was, he withstood all challenges and remained steadfast and resolute in his quest to promote economic recovery and growth, employment creation, and the provision of basics such as housing. He championed with exceptional skill the cause of the poor and vulnerable. He championed the cause of the elderly, the children, the youth, the women, the veterans of the liberation struggle. Throughout his presidency, Comrade GEINGOB prioritized the key economic intervention through the Harambee Prosperity Plan 1 and 2, with the objective to give momentum to Namibia's economic growth, creating productive employment for our people, particularly for the unemployed youth. At this juncture, let me re-emphasize that we will ensure that the policy of Comrade GEINGOB will be pursued until they achieve their intended purpose, that of achieving shared prosperity for all Namibians as part of the second struggle for economic emancipation. Excellencies, on the international front, as the chief diplomat of our country, President GEINGOB worked tirelessly to pursue regional and international peace. As chairman of SADC and later as chairperson of the SADC Troika, he mediated the conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Republic of Mozambique, Kingdom of Lesotho, Kingdom of Eswatini, the Republic of Madagascar, and provided wise counsel. At the African Union, he was a champion of Africa's cause for the reform of the United Nations Security Council and representation as equal partners in the Security Council. He firmly believed in the solidarity and brotherhood of nations as members of the United Nations, to whom he ascribed Namibia's independence under the motto, and I quote, Namibia is a child of international solidarity midwifed by the United Nations, end of quote. He always advocated for justice, self-determination, and independence, which he viewed as sacrosanct for all human beings. This was the driving force behind his championing the cause of the people of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, the people of Palestine, as well as Cuba, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe, who continue to suffer from unjust sanctions. President GEINGOB was adamant to the very end that these nations have the right to enjoy their economic freedom and sovereignty without interference from others. Let me state that Namibia's voice will not be silent in championing these causes. In fact, galvanized by the fervent spirit of President GEINGOB, we will continue to amplify these sentiments on the international stage. President GEINGOB was a living testament of international and Pan-African solidarity, undoubtedly giving his many talents and gifts. He will go down in history as a diplomat as well as a peacemaker. Excellencies, the President of China, His Excellency Xi Jinping, once said, and I quote, "The family is the basic unit of society and the first school that we attend in life," end of quote. Certainly, throughout his life, Comrade GEINGOB placed an emphasis on family. The first school he attended was that of family, under the tutelage of his beloved grandfather, Hans GEINGOB. Truly, the GEINGOB family will continue to be strong because it is built on a foundation of respect, loyalty, and love. I therefore pay tribute to Madame Monica GEINGOB, a graceful wife, a mother who is an epitome of loving and loyal spouse, staying by the side of her beloved husband, giving him her devoted care and support to the very end. I also want to commend the children for their constant display of love and affection for a father who also loved them dearly. Lastly, to the entire extended GEINGOB family, we thank you profoundly for having produced such an admirable freedom fighter, a brave son of the soil who climbed to the highest heights to become the third president of the Republic of Namibia. On behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Namibia, I extend our deepest condolences to the family for the loss of a husband, a father, a brother, an uncle, a mentor, Comrade HAGE GEINGOB. As I move to the conclusion, I wish to address our cherished departed president, our friend, our brother, our comrade, to some of us, our appointing authority. Dear Comrade GEINGOB, from the beginning of your presidency to the very end, you, the patriotic first citizen, the staunch Pan-Africanist, the peacemaker and unifier, led with your heart, your intellect, and your conscience. You led with courage and conviction and left us a template for success by reminding us that inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. You have left us the foundation for continued peace and unity. You have left us with processes, systems, and institutions for an effective governance architecture. You have left us with an economic roadmap towards prosperity. I remember that you always gave me the letter that contained the power for me to act on your behalf. But before your medical trip to the US, I received the letter a day earlier. I remember our final conversation on the tarmac of the airport and on board of the plane when you told me twice, take care, and again, take care. Those words have entrenched themselves in my mind since that day. I understand that as a father figure you were trying to tell the rest of us to take care of your beloved Namibia, the country in which you were born, the country for which you risked your life, the country you loved and served, the only country you and us could call home. I will never forget when you used to say, and I quote, "It is easy to destroy, but difficult to build." You always cared for Namibia like a devoted father. You loved this country and her people from the bottom of your heart. I believe that you can see us here today, and you have been hearing us speaking. I believe that throughout these 3 weeks since the fateful day of your passing, you have seen and heard what was said at various memorials, both in Namibia and abroad. So let me take this moment, my dear brother, my dear senior brother and leader, to tell you that we will definitely take care. We will take care of Namibia's democracy, unity, and the rule of law. We will take care of our peace and stability. We will take care of our sovereignty and independence. We will take care of our children, our youth, our women, our men, our elderly, and our veterans. We will take care of the processes and systems and institutions. We will take care of one another, and most importantly, we will take care of your enduring legacy, the Namibia House of Shared Prosperity, where no one feels left out. Dear Comrade GEINGOB, although you are gone from our midst, you will never truly die. Your impact on us has been profound. Your footprint on this nation is immense and will stand the test of time. You leave our country in a better shape. Like a fallen baobab tree, your branches, your leaves, and your seeds will ensure that your legacy lives on. You once told us, and I quote, "You will miss me once I'm gone." How right you were. You fought your battles and won. You have answered the call of our Creator. As you ride off into the sunset, victorious but magnanimous, we say to you, go well, Your Excellency. Go well, Comrade President. As your name, HAGE, reminds us, you were the one who arrived. You are the one who has gone ahead of us, preparing the way and leaving behind a legacy that will last through the ages. Your great name, HAGE GEINGOB, will not die. It will remain forever etched in our hearts and on the granite and marble stones of Namibia. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 43. Our bodies are buried in brokenness, but they are raised in glory. They are buried in weakness, but they will be raised in strength. Therefore, rest now softly, and my God Almighty raise you in glory and strength. Farewell, my dear friend. Farewell, my dear brother. Farewell, our beloved president. Long live the memory of Dr. HAGE GEINGOB. Long live the Republic of Namibia. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that inspiring statement. Your Excellency, the President and the First Lady, may I please stand on the protocol already established, except to recognize once again the First Lady, the children, and the family. We have come to the end of our service in remembrance of our departed President, Dr. HAGE GEINGOB, this evening. We extend appreciations to all the speakers, from His Excellency the President to the First Lady, former First Lady, to the foreign dignitaries, our former heads of states, and all the speakers who consoled us with their comforting words. We also thank the fellow citizens for coming out in their numbers to give respect to our departed President. As per the program, the body of His Excellency Dr. GEINGOB will lie in state here at the Independence Stadium, from where it will depart tomorrow to Heroes Acre. Those who wish to view the body are called upon to adhere to the arrangements so that we are orderly and accord our departed President the greatest honor. It remains now only to receive the benediction and then sing the national anthem and the AU anthem, and the NDF military band will lead us in that process, and then we view the body. We are requested to give way to the widow and the children, His Excellency the President and the First Lady, and all their excellencies, the former heads of states and the foreign dignitaries, the Vice President and Tate Daitwa, and the rest of the protocol will be announced by the protocol team. Tomorrow we shall lay to rest our President at Heroes Acre. We are called upon to abide by the time as by the program. So good night. Reverend Nakamela, please come to the podium to deliver the benediction, and after that we rise for the anthem, and the band would lead us in that. Good night. upon the NDF chaplain to assist with the benediction, as we can see that Reverend Nakamela is not here.
Can we all rise for the benediction? May the peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and mind in the knowledge and love of God and of His Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen.
In the words of President Nangolo Mbumba, President Hage Geingob loved Namibia and her people with all his heart. With that, we're coming to the end of this special tribute broadcast. We have seen a number of very moving tributes to the late Dr. Hage Geingob, particularly from his wife, the widow, Madam Monica Geingob. The body of President Geingob will lie in state here at Independence Stadium until tomorrow morning, from where it will be moved to Heroes Acre for his final resting place. The broadcast will, of course, resume at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, indeed, and we will be at the burial site, which is Heroes Acre, from tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. We've received, Denver, quite a lot of messages commending the NBC for the spectacular manner in which they have informed the public, not only the Namibian public, but also the African public through the DSTV channel, and of course the diaspora, because NBC has been streaming its programs live on YouTube as well. And this for the last 3 weeks, ever since we got the news of the death of the president, NBC rose to the challenge. And more specifically, in fact, it has been the only broadcaster that has consistently provided accurate information about events that were taking place, about special tributes, etc. And it has informed the public, as I was saying, consistently for these past 3 weeks. And indeed, people have tuned in to the NBC as the sole provider of information. And one of the most spectacular achievements of the NBC was being able to broadcast live, almost continuously live, and culminating in today's memorial, and which will also carry over to the funeral. And we're broadcasting this throughout Africa, and this is no mean feat. And we can thank the Director General of the NBC, Mr. Stanley Similo, for his foresight in negotiating some of these achievements. For instance, having the NBC being able to be seen throughout Africa. This was largely due to Mr. Stanley Similo and some of the actions that he took to achieve this. So NBC has put out a world-class broadcast, would you say?
Without any iota of doubt, since Sunday, the 4th of February 2024, when we learned of the death of President GEINGOB, the news broke on NBC. The now President Nangolo Mbumba announced it on the national broadcaster, and every single day ever since then, the NBC has, both in the morning as well as in the afternoon, dissected almost every single aspect of President GEINGOB's presidency, his life, his legacy, engaging those who worked alongside him, those who grew up with him, those who've known him for many years, friends of his abroad, diplomats here and elsewhere, to help us understand who exactly this gentle giant, as many refer to him, was, who cared so deeply for this country and her people. I have to concur with you, absolutely no small feat on the part of NBC's Director General, but certainly also so many team members who worked relentlessly around the clock to make these daily broadcasts possible. Absolutely. Without their efforts, without their sacrifices, none of this would have been possible.
Yes, no, absolutely. The NBC rose to the challenge, and they rose to the challenge like true professionals. And obviously, the head of the NBC must take the credit, but also all his production staff. They were professional, and as I said, they put out a fantastic transmission, a broadcast that is worthy of any international news outlet or any international broadcasting station. So from Denver and I, we will be handing over to the studio, but the visuals you see there is they are preparing the casket for viewing, and the people are going to be, the visitors are going to be marching past, or they're going to be filing past rather, to view the body before leaving, departing for home. And the public can also come and view the body throughout the night. It will lie in state until tomorrow morning, when it will be taken to Heroes Acre.
Absolutely, Nora.
Yes.
What we also know is many Namibians who may have been slightly delayed this morning were unable to view the body and pay their last respects to President GEINGOB at Parliament Gardens, and they may now, throughout the night, as you had said, until tomorrow morning when the body leaves for Heroes Acre past 9. We do know that the service at Heroes Acre is scheduled to commence at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
But from all of us, and on that picture of the former First Lady and the First Lady talking and exchanging words there, on that note, we like to say goodbye and hand over to the studio. Thank you very much for being with us on this day.
Allow me to also thank you very much for being such a gracious co-host, Nora. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, to the studio.